I am issuing the challenge to Bruno, strictly scientific. I want to repeat, I don't hate Bruno. I never will hate Bruno.
Don't worry about a thing. 'Cause every little thing gonna be alright.
I love the guy. I love Larry Zbyszko. I've always tried to do the best I ever could for him.
About a thing. 'Cause every little thing gonna be alright.
I love this man like I love my own brother, my younger brother.
Smile with the rising sun. Three little birds.
I cannot ask for anything else. That's all. I can't wait. I'm very happy. That's what I wanted. We'll see next week.
Pure and true. Saying
I came out and I asked a favor and I got it. I just want to make sure that everybody understands I don't hate the man. I want the match on TV so everybody can see it.
about a thing. 'Cause every little thing gonna be alright. Saying don't worry about a thing. 'Cause every little thing gonna be alright.
San Martino holds the rope open for Zbyszko to look. Uh-oh. Oh, look out! Zbyszko going to work on San Martino. Zbyszko sending San Martino to the buckle. Down to the canvas. And Zbyszko on the outside now. Zbyszko has a chair. Larry Zbyszko has a chair. Sends a referee flying out. Zbyszko striking San Martino, and he really let him have it. Oh no, the blood pouring. San Martino cut wide open. Again. San Martino bleeding profusely.
Just watching Larry and I drink on his disgust me. I really don't even care if you format or even talk about Larry Zbyszko.
But for this Judas to keep saying that I'm washed up, I resent it and I resent it bitterly. And I just wonder what you will say, what you will do, when the so-called washed up man defeats you, punched all over that ring. But for this Judas to keep saying that I'm washed up, I resent it and I resent it bitterly. And I just wonder what you will say, what you will do, when the so-called washed up man defeats you, punched all over that ring. I'm talking about your ego, Bruno, and you call me Judas. I think everybody gets the idea of who you think you must be then, don't we?
And I'm also surprised that Steve King would even try a shoulder block against a man of this stature.
I was just going to say that. Why in the world waste your time trying to shoot tackles at the event like you're going to knock him down when both of them a while ago each grabbed the leg trying to get him off his feet? So if that didn't work, you don't go for tackles. You know, again, I repeat, they should go in below. They should go to his ankles, you know, where he'd have no balance or leverage. But,
All right, we're back at it with our old pal WWE. Oh man, WWE. We all know how it goes, you know.
Oh, you mean like John Cena's and stuff?
Yeah, I mean like John Cena and stuff, and Kevin Dunn, and authority angles.
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah,
I love that.
And Michael Cole. Well, fuck that. Except for Michael Cole, he'll get stabbed. Fuck that though. We're in 1980.
What the fuck? That's before everybody was born.
That was before wrestling existed. We are still in the Smoky Bingo Hall. Oh, I hate it. So disgusting.
So what was your fucking thinking with going to 1980 Fed?
My thinking was something that we'll get to later on. Is I thought to do this show and the surrounding TV showdown at Shea Stadium, the final ever wrestling show at Shea Stadium. I did it because I once saw something that like we end up seeing in like the list that I concocted together here of Bruno Sammartino and his traitorous protege Larry Zbyszko, where they're doing a contract signing, and Bruno is staring a hole through Larry's traitorous head, and I was like, whoa. So yeah, that's why I had you watch it. 300 hours of TV.
Very nice. You got much experience of like how far back does your Fed history go?
I think the earliest I would have done before this is I remember watching Spyro's Arian, the Golden Greek against Bruno.
The man who caused a fucking riot in the world of sport.
The man who caused a riot. It's so funny because I remember like I would have watched that for the first time, and I was talking with someone and like they go like, oh, I just saw the worst match ever. Spyro Siren versus Bruno Sammartino, and I was like, what? Spyro's is epic. And then I watched the match, and it's not exactly a riot, but I liked it. Growling and whatnot. Yeah, that's a bit as far as like like pre-rock and wrestling WWF, as far as I can tell.
I hadn't seen much before the pay-per-view era, but I had seen a couple of Bruno matches, so I had a little bit of familiarity. I am definitely fond of the one where he loses the title via nefarious means to superstar Billy Graham.
Oh, yeah.
That has like a super like hot crowd, and the wrestling is very sort of it's pretty real. Like it's all about like rather than the crowd popping for like the big moves, it's like, oh my god, the leverage has changed slightly.
Yes. Yes.
It's like if watching an arm wrestling match, essentially. Like, oh.
Absolutely, yeah, and like sort of a thing of like, a guy's in a hold, and like you see he's starting to struggle. It's like, oh, he's breaking, and like you don't get that again in wrestling girls until fucking rings. So it's quite unique.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
So something that strikes me immediately when I watch stuff like this is how, like most people think of this as just like absolutely prehistoric, right? But you watch it and it's all the product of stuff that's been going on for decades beforehand. It's all following on from traditions that have, like, no one's coming into this like sort of new. They all know of like the aces of the past, like fucking like Cortez and all that. Like, it almost makes you appreciate the sort of the history of it.
It's interesting when Pedro Morales comes in.
Yeah.
After I think a few years away, he won the WWF title in like '72, and he gets a nice reception.
Yeah, yeah.
Where you compare that to like Bob Backlund being in the '93 Royal Rumble, and everyone's like, "Who dat?" Because the demographic is just completely flipped on its head.
Who is that old fucking asshole in my ring? He's so old.
Yeah.
It's funny to think like how maybe like it's kind of like looped around where 70s was something where like longevity could be like that, and then it flips over to like get out of here, Grandpa. The new guys are in town for the 80s and 90s, but now I feel like especially when like Royal Rumble and are so reliant on nostalgia, I feel like it's looped around back to like maybe if Pedro Morales had not died, then we could have got another run of him here in the 2010s.
Oh man, that'd be good.
As for like old style WWF, like WWF itself, it's interesting seeing the product because like I think a lot of people when they think like not just like the general public, but also people who watch a lot of wrestling, old wrestling. And especially when they compare it to say like Jim Crockett or Texas or whatnot, they'll probably have this idea of like WWF being a very boring, like beefy dude style. And the thing that's interesting to me, and I'm interested to see how you might differ, is it's simultaneously all that people say it is, but also, there's more there. But you can't deny that there's some of there. It's just like, oh, it's just a bunch of dudes like pottering around, you know. What did you think yourself, generally?
It was on the cusp of being like, oh, you call this boring? Like,
Yeah.
It would make those accusations seem absurd. But they kind of like, there's a lot of matches where it's like, oh man, they're really fucking going at each other now.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Count out DQ. Oh, never mind. You know, maybe the next match, and then the next match is like the most plodding thing you've seen all month.
Yeah.
It's always on the cusp of being like legit great, and occasionally it gets there.
Yeah.
As an overall sort of thing, maybe not. A large chunk of what we watched for this was episodes of All Star Wrestling, at least in terms of like the full cards. We also got we got one of the MSG shows in full, and some scattered matches from the Garden, scattered matches from the Prism network.
Yeah, Prism Network at the Philly Spectrum. But yeah, like the Allentown territory. Like, you know, fuck this fuck the New York territory. This is the Allentown territory. We are coming to you from like this small ass warehouse looking thing where, you know, like it's probably maybe like can be like more than 1,000 people here stuffed in, and it's like a fucking single camera setup, like you're watching some Nico Pro shit. Yeah, like this TV of All Star Wrestling, it's so interesting to see like a WWF production that Vince McMahon has any involvement in, and you just hear all these like like, you know, like these mouth noises and all this like little human touches, you know. Yeah.
Our commentary for a lot of this is Vince and Bruno with his Razorhead hair. A thought I had about Vince was, it's amazing that, you know, as his reputation grew, he became somebody that, you know, all these grown men athletes became intimidated by.
Yes.
And you look at him here and it's like, really? If this guy said anything to me, I'd fucking judo throw him over my shoulder, spit on him.
I know. Yeah.
push over this pipsqueak.
Vince here, the guy looks like David Bixenspan, okay? he's just looking like a total pushover, and like I do not like him as a commentator here. Like I have like a fair bit of time for him later on, you know, like the new generation type of thing. Like he marries his fucked up idiosyncrasies with like a competence. But here, you know, you said it well yourself when we were talking amongst ourselves. He's so insecure about coming off as like smart. So like, you know, every single possible thing he says in just the most complicated mouth vomit way possible. Like I like the thing I keep thinking about is when he interviews Ken Patera and he's trying to get across the sentiment, you are a bad guy. And instead of just saying that, he goes, you know, most people, you come up to them and you say, how do you do? Nice to meet you. But no one says that to you. Do you not agree? And it's like, shut up. But, you know, like, Bruno as color commentator is incredibly interesting because, as we'll get to, I feel that Bruno Sammartino is a very good talker. And in the sort of way where, you know, like it might not align with like pro wrestling, how we usually rate talking pro wrestling, but him as a commentator, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of like fucking like a football commentator, you know? Like you know, like an ex-player being on like Match of the Day or something like that. But this kind of threads into a thing which we have both amongst ourselves like identified as a problem, where there's no way around it. Some of the shits that they put on the TV, like you can't credibly commentate around it if you're Bruno Sammartino. So in that sort of role, you have to be like, why is he going for this move? This does not work. This is stupid. And
Yeah, but Bruno, he adds a nice psychologically sound dynamic to the commentary. But there are times when he has to watch some complete bomb. Usually two complete bombs at once go after Hulk Hogan in a handicap match, and they're like, "Oh, they're good. He's going high, Vince. This is just ridiculous."
this is the third week in a row I have told them to go for their ankles, and no one's listening to me. Why do I even bother?
Yeah. And it's like, well, he's not wrong, but at the same time, it's like you can maybe be too smart on commentary sometimes. It's like, all right, I would rather be fucking watching you then, but I'm watching these clowns.
Yeah. I think it's more egregious that like Vince does this too, because like, you know, Vince Senior's still alive, but Vince Junior, you are surely having a hand in this. I think too of there's one squashy match with the jobber Fred Marzino, and Fred Marzino gets announced, and Vince goes, no reaction to the announcement of Fred Marzino. I'm booking this wrestling and it fucking sucks. He does. But yeah, that's our commentary, and I quite love the ring announcers here because you know, we have good old Gary Michael Capetta, who we've seen in WCW, which he goes through later on. But what do you think of good old Joe McHugh?
Oh, he's the ring announcer?
Yes.
Yeah, he's quite charming. Did you also notice that Zahorian guy? What's it called?
Yes,
The doctor?
Dr. George Zahorian, the man who later goes on trial.
The steroids guy.
The steroids guy. He's there.
Good to see him.
Yes, and so like the whole deal with the ring announcing is this is before like they kind of get a bit more formalized into WWF style, so they have like a lot more rituals to the opening. So like and it's funny because, you know, especially compare it to like, I think even like WWF before, like, you know, like Raw or whatnot. If you're looking at Wrestling Challenge, they like explode onto the scene, right? Like this big intro, and they go, "Hello, we are here. You're going to see Hulk Hogan and blah blah blah." But here, you switch it on, and like it goes to the ring, where it's this like it's this balding man going, "This is approved by the State Athletic Commission. Here are the officials assigned. The Deputy Commissioner in charge, John Santoro. The doctor in attendance at ringside, Dr. George Saharian. The timekeeper at the bell, Mike Mitton. The referees, Dick Worley, Billy Caputo. And my name is Jim So it's quite.
Yeah, I'd like to hear like Tony Chimel.
Yeah, like, you know what the funny thing is? Like, talking about, like, someone like Tony Chimel doing that, I remember, this was way before we ever watched anything for this, but, like, I would watch Joe McHugh stuff, and then I would see Gary Michael Capetta try to do that. You know, like, obviously, he already lists out, like, everyone who's there, but I saw one video where Gary, bless him, he does all that, and he goes, "And my name is Gary Michael Capetta." And then you just hear people go, "You're not him."
And another feature at the start of these episodes of All Star Wrestling is when Vince has to say, "The following wrestling exhibition requires discretionary viewer participation." And I thought that meant, okay, so if you're watching this on the TV, you can cheer like you're there if you want. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
But you did research that seems to indicate that it means grapply fake.
Yeah, like, you know, often Vince's verbosity is just simple, like you know, like hot air. But I think there might be something to the idea that like this is a hidden way of saying, "Grapply fake, please do not sue us." You know, because like this is in like a, you know, like an interesting time for that biz where WWF has not, you know, it's not like the big national #1 yet, but you know, probably like the stuff is already in place for that. And I feel like a big part of that ended up being that, like, you know, Vince would be like, "This is fake. Please give us sponsorships now." You know, so as to avoid like government oversight and all that. So I have to think that'd be a part of it. Yes, it's very odd to again, like, you know, sort of like I was getting to is just that like it's just such a departure from that sort of like explosive WWF you think of. Like it just like moves along at such a measured pace. But in that same thing, like you can kind of see like the, you know, the blueprints for a lot of stuff you go back to, you know, as far as like you know, like the storylines or the sort of like story beats even. So yeah, it's very interesting. And to touch again on just like, you know, its place, WWF's place in the industry, you see a lot of like overlap between territories, you know, like one of the Madison Square Garden shows that we see Kerry Von Erich making his debut at Madison Square Garden, and on another Madison Square Garden we see Ricky Steamboat and Jay Youngblood, and you know, we think about how nowadays if any guy from a different promotion shows up in WWE, if they're not signed immediately, it is a goddamn countdown clock until they get signed. Like it's just assumed, right? Yeah. The big monster absorbs everything. But here they're still kind of playing ball with territories. It's very interesting to see that. Like I wonder what the perception from fans would be, because you know, like a supplemental thing that we're going to be referring to is the actor mags, such as the Wrestler, Inside Wrestling, and Pro Wrestling Illustrated, where they're all in kayfabe, but like there still is a thing of like these guys are going between territories. How do we explain that? And like, you know, all of that before the time when like, you know, Vince just went incredibly hard on all of that. But yeah, like overall, like All Star Wrestling and Championship Wrestling, they're pretty fun to watch. So I will say, like, it can feel as if my perception of time gets like warped and bent watching it sometimes, you know, because you know, like a match can be 3 minutes, but just like with the plodding way they pace them, I can feel like, you know, you're just kind of watching this guy do a clubbing blow to the back, and Vince isn't saying nothing. So.
Yeah. Another bit of a culture shock is the promos, which are all pretty conversational.
Yeah.
I'd say. In a few years, everyone will be like, rah, 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 rah. But right now it's speaking pretty plainly. I liked the one where Rene Goulet is talking about the impending comeback to the United States of Andre the Giant, his friend from France, and he starts to explain the differences in the European style.
Yeah.
It's like, over there it's all about technicality, that's rounds. There's a fat bloke that goes easy.
In modern time, it would be like he's doing all that, and then, oh my god, that's Grayson Waller's music. And Grayson Waller's like, we don't want to hear about that European style. And then Rene Goulet hits them with a DDT or something like that. But here, Vince is just like, well, that just goes to show you about the ethnic diversity of the World Wrestling Federation. Many people have many extractions in this company. Thank you, Rene Goulet. Goodbye. Good to see you. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
It's very pleasant.
And another person that's crazy to see is, of course, the Hulkster brother.
The Hulkster. Oh, man.
He ain't saying brother, he's just talking. And he's got a bit of hair at the front of his scalp, not fucking much, but
not too much.
A bit.
Like this is the sort of Hulkster hair you see in like the video games when they want to avoid making him look bald, so they give him a wee inch further.
Yeah.
Yeah, like very interesting to see like Hulk here. I mean, like I think Hulk they treat him with kitty gloves, and I guess I can understand why, but also I can't, because we see him here in proper matches with proper opponents where he's given time, and he's great, I think. So it makes it all the weirder when most of what they give him is just these fucking stupid handicap matches where they don't look good, and
Yeah,
no one
and
really is pleased by it.
The heels, like, I don't know. He's obviously huge, and they're putting over how huge he is, but he doesn't really come off as like a monster heel.
Yeah,
So it's not like that. Just like pure, like, oh, he fucking creamed him,
yeah, no.
and then he's a heel, so you're not going to get behind him overcoming any odds because there aren't any to overcome.
Yeah, and it's like so funny too how like him versus like two job boys will be the main event of a given TV episode.
Yeah, and nobody gives a fuck.
Nobody gives a
Like,
fuck.
hey,
so...
the Johnny Rodz match was good. You're gonna main event with Johnny Rodz, and everyone go on.
Yeah,
he's got tricks up his sleeve.
because literally it'll be like Hogan. Oh, he does a bear hug after 3 minutes. I feel like it's 10, and then the guy gives up. Ding, ding, ding. Oh, all right, I guess we better go home now. You know? It's crazy vibes to it. I'm glad that we have, stuff like the Spectrum and Madison Square Garden and all that to kind of like, supplement stuff like that. In saying that, I wonder, and we can get into this a bit more with individual matches, which we end up seeing a whole lot of here, especially because like the Showdown at Shea, it's a big super show, right? It's very advertised, but it's not as if it's like the WrestleMania, where it's like, oh, we're all building towards this one thing. This is just one stop on a never-ending road, right? Like, this is not meant to be like, the story is ended here, I don't think many of the rivalries we see on this show really end at this exact point, especially since none of them really even have a blow-off you can point to. But like...
Yeah, I guess because, people only... If you weren't at Shea Stadium, then you would have to wait until 2008 to watch it.
Yeah. But like...
Which is quite the tape that I...
When we think of like all these shows, they will have the same sort of matches on them because they're not thinking in terms of TV. And even when it is TV, like say the Madison Square Garden Network or the Prism Network, they're not thinking of the future. They're not thinking, oh, one day the two people from the UK will be watching all of our matches in a row and scrutinizing all the differences between them. That adds an interesting wrinkle to it where like I think both of us had the experience of being like, this is getting a bit samey. It's like, oh well, yeah, because they're just doing the same thing for a different audience who's like a state away. But
when we watch like fucking 1998 WWE or 2015, you are actually meant to see all that. Well, maybe not main event, but they expect you to have seen it all. Very much not so here. So you get kind of a slight feeling of diminishing returns with some of the stuff that they repeat, I would say.
Yeah, it's and like especially too, you think of like these magazines like you think you're gonna like open the January 1981 to see breaking news: Larry turns on Bruno. No, you gotta wait until like May to get that story out. Yeah, ultimately, as you referred to, how is it that we're watching Showdown at Shea in actuality? Well, we are watching the 2008 WWE 24/7 copy of it as commentated by Michael Cole and Mick Foley. And this continues our rich tradition of, we did it with Noah and probably something else where like we go through like months and months of TV, getting yourselves all used to the time, and then some other guys are talking over it now, and
Yeah.
you know, as much of a time capsule as this was for 1980, I feel like that broadcast was a time capsule for 2008, because there's a whole lot of stuff that like wouldn't even be like relevant now, that they just go back to, like, you know, Mick Foley would be like, oh, I was talking to my friend Edge, you know.
We mostly saw the wrestling matches and the shows. There was the odd other bits that got in there, a few promos.
Yes.
There's one particular, like a news segment, where
Yes.
it had a Hulk Hogan versus Gorilla Monsoon match, fast forwarded, and soundtracked by a Ramones song.
Yes.
And then they're like, but now let's slow it down. Oh, look how fake that looks when you slow it down. Look at this oaf Gorilla Monsoon whiffing this punch. It seemed like a crazy like level of disdain, because they're granted like solid interviews from the wrestlers,
Yeah.
and then they're just like, look at this fucking fake shit though.
I think it's very interesting, the interviews, and I was very glad that like this happened to be in that sort of time frame, because I'd seen a bit of this before. Hulk Hogan has got Gorilla in a bear hug, and when it's sped up, it looks like he's giving him the fucky, like the Yeti. And then, you know, we have these interviews where, like, you know, they talk to Hulk Hogan, who is right in kayfabe. Like, he's got the sunglasses on, and he's going, oh, you know, they're not giving me the competition I want. I gotta chop the meat for him. That's 1980 talk for Job Boy Squash. But meanwhile, Gorilla Monsoon, while being in kayfabe, almost seems to, like, he makes the pitch for wrestling being like the theatre of good and evil, which fulfills a need for the audience, and like where they can get out their sadism, which feels as if he's basically saying like, this is a performance, this is entertainment. And then the newsletter would be like, what a piece of shit, this is like talking to Santa Claus. And yeah, like that slow-mo stuff is so weird, because like, you know, there's so much stuff you can do slow-mo with. Like, there's even times on WWF TV when they do a slow-mo replay that reveals how much something is missed. But the stuff they choose for this one, you'll see like Gorilla Monsoon do an overhead chop that like doofs Hogan right in the head, and she'd be like, that sure hit. It did. It did.
Yeah. This must have been like quite prevalent, I think. Like, wrestling is always going to need assistance from the media, but in this time of kayfabe, they're like, hold on a second, I've seen fucking fights before.
Yeah.
That's not how you do punchy.
Yeah, like one thing that unfortunately fell out of this time frame, which I've seen before, is like, I can't think of what channel it might be, but it'd be this news channel where like there was a correspondent for wrestling, and it'd literally be like, you know, a guy on a round table who would be like, okay, time for the wrestling, haha, and then they'd go to like a wee digest of like Hogan versus Andre, and be like, oh, here comes Hogan now, and he's like, no sir, you won't do that, but then Andre goes, whoop, yep, lift you up, whoa, and DQ there, too bad about that. Anyway, on to actual sports, you know, and it's such a odd thing. I mean, like, you know, it's, so many people like to think of romanticize this as like this time when wrestling was real, but like, I don't think there's been a year that wrestling's been in existence where people haven't thought it was phony, baloney bullshit.
A few more aesthetic things to remark on. I like the big stars signing handfuls of shit for a match. Everyone just crowds up to ringside, gets to sign their little 8x10 or whatever it is.
You know what I love about it is that, like, you know, like, obviously there's no such thing as a jobber entrance. There's no music, everyone just gets in the ring, right? But like, even the jobbers get just hordes of children. You're like, can you sign my piece of paper? And, you know,
yeah, so sometimes. Although I noticed there's like it would be like Pat Patterson, this is someone, and everyone's around Pat, and nobody's around this whoever the other guy is.
Yeah, it's very true, but it's a really indelible visual to see like some schlubby guy be like, yeah, sure, here's my signature. Now it's time to lose to Tony Atlas in 1 minute.
Speaking of the schlubby guys, there's certain guys who just seem to materialize. Bruno doesn't know anything about them. Vince doesn't know anything about them. Bruno will be like, I don't know this Manny Siaka. Where's he from, Vince? And Vince will be like, I don't really know. Thanks. You couldn't have compiled a couple of lines of information.
Yeah, it's really funny how like there's such like a low energy between the both of them sometimes. Like usually you think of modern WWE, like if there's a squashy, like you think of Michael Cole is going like, oh, what Impact? But here, like Vince is just sort of like, well, I don't think that headlock is going to work. Do you, Bruno? No, Vince, this is a very stupid strategy. I think he should reconsider his employment. And no shit. Hulk Hogan wins, of course. Anyway, I'm gonna get a bagel now. It's very different.
And the crowds, they can be really hot. They're really into the Bruno Larry thing.
Oh yeah.
They can also be completely desolate if there's something that is not connected with them. They definitely don't feel obligated to just make noise for anything. And sometimes in the quieter moments, you can get some amusing heckles. I did note a few down. There's a particularly uninspiring Larry Sharpe versus Bill Berger match. And someone yells, "Get up, the both of ya!" There's also lots of "You stink!" And other stuff includes, "Where'd you get that hair? Put your arms down, you dummy!"
One of the people who will be on my job boys list, a Mr. Ron Shaw, who there's like these two particular obese gentlemen. One of them because he's the guy who spends an entire taping like shirt open, titties out, taking up 4 seats.
Oh yeah.
And
titties, man.
And there's a later episode where he seems to have buttoned up his shirt, which is very sad. But he's joined by like another similarly portly man, and whenever Ronshaw goes down, they just yell, "Get up, boy! Get up, boy!" It's really good.
Titties, man, a legend. It was like the modern WWE with like green shirt guy. It's just titties, man. It's always in the front row. That'd be so sick.
Yeah. You gotta give up like your entire row of seats out of honor for titties, man, to do his gimmick. But like a thing I find like odd, and this links into the crowd thing, is like most times, like in every single match during the opening moments, there's just silence. Like they seemingly like take their time before actually coming in, and like it feels like they're not like you can sometimes hear them mumbling amongst each other, Vince and Bruno. And I remember there's a silence where match isn't very inspiring, so like some guy just yells out, "Hey Bruno!" It's like, that's the only guy he cares about.
Did we? I don't think we've mentioned Phil Zacco yet. I think he's like the OG Jack Tunney, where it's just this fucking random ass guy who they're claiming is, turning the cogs for this promotion.
Yes. He's brought up in like the ring introductions every show. But I think
and he's present for contract signing between Bruno and Larry.
Yes, and he goes, "This is the biggest match for the Washington area. I'm so glad that I got this match signed." That's nice.
I've got a note here on particularly strange introduction to a match between Pat Patterson and Ron Shaw. So Pat Patterson seems pretty over, but they introduce him, and the reaction is like, "Boom." And then they introduce Ron Shaw, who's not a particularly big star, and it's like, "Boom." Same noise. And Vince is like, "Wow, what a reaction from Ron Shaw."
from reading over the magazines, like I think we've come in at like the very genesis of Pat Patterson as a baby face. You know that like storyline. They did it later with Hercules, where he was under Bobby Heenan's employ, I think, but then Bobby Heenan sold him off to the $1 Million Man, and then it's like, oh, this is bullshit. I will turn against you now and be a good guy. Pat Patterson seemingly had the same thing where he was under the employ of the Grand Wizard, but then the Grand Wizard sold his contract to Captain Lou, and Pat Patterson hated Captain Lou, so they turned on each other. And the interesting thing about the After Mags, because they do kayfabe, and like as much as one might give him grief retrospectively for like just like weaving a bunch of bullshit, really, right? I think they do do a nice job at like exploring what like a kayfabe wrestling world might look like, where it's almost sort of like how Lucha will have Technico and Rudo, not as shoot terms, but it's like terms which apply in the lore, where it's like Pat Patterson, oh, we hate him, he is a rule breaker, and now he has turned on another rule breaker. Oh, but we're not just gonna immediately love him. He has to approve himself, and eventually he does, and gets the love of everyone. But still got all of that like those horrific acts to work off.
Yeah. I think I just got one more note here for the All-Star Wrestling stuff. There's a segment where Freddie Blassie, who is the manager of Hulk Hogan at this time, is with Bruno. And Blassie says, "Well, McMahon." And Bruno is like, "Sabardino." And Blassie does this like 3 times. And Bruno's like, "Bitch, you got CTE or something? I'm Sabardino."
I know, like I was going to ask what you thought of Freddie Blassie, because like I feel like he's a bit fucked at the talkie part of this, even despite being a manager. Like because like he manages Hulk Hogan, he manages the Hangman, and usually whenever he speaks, I kind of was thinking like, why do you confuse Bruno with Vince? How could you do that? As opposed to thinking like, whoa, his charge is gonna beat Bob Backlund.
The managers are kind of interesting. They don't. There must have been some sort of like interference, but it's kind of like it's a conversational era where people are speaking for themselves, and there's not a whole lot of interference. So there's a question that came up in my mind of like, well, what are these guys doing then? What is the Grand Wizard of Wrestling doing?
Yeah, the Grand Wizard is taking off Ken Patera's pants and be like, "No, it's not gay. It's not gay at all."
Yeah, I suppose that's a good contribution.
But like, it's interesting to think, because I remember reading Gary Hart's book, and he would always like talk about like managing people and like going all in on it. Like the reason he broke up with the Great Kabuki is because like they tried to book the Great Kabuki to lose. He was like, no, that shouldn't happen. And then when Kabuki was like, maybe this time it's fine, then he just went, okay, you're not going for your own self-interest, so why should I care? We're done. As if it was like an actual agent job, right? So right. I don't want to attribute that to like people in the WWF. But I wonder if like there's actually some like rationale to that, because otherwise like it feels very vague, because they don't really interfere at all. The one thing I can think of is like there's maybe one time when like Tito Santana falls out of the ring near Fred Blassie, and people are like, "Oh, you better not bop him, Fred Blassie," but then he doesn't,
Yeah. Stark contrast with another type of wrestling I've been watching a lot of recently is 2014. Where Scott D'Amore smacking everyone about hockey stick.
Oh man!
But yeah, that's pretty much all my notes on the sort of build up stuff that we watched there.
All of this while the champion is like going about Where is he? Oh no, not here.
Right, yeah. Yeah, we see some Bob Backlund matches in the bigger shows, but he's not present for any of this the All-Star Wrestling tapings,
Yeah.
and that's quite apparent at first. And then, we happen to see a fair few more of his matches, some of which will be in this listy.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's quite strange because, like, you said he was doing something, in a different territory. I mean, even in 1980, it can't be that hard to film a little promo, a little thing for TV.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, because like you compare it to like Mid-Atlantic or Jim Crockett, what have you, they would have like these like promos by Race or Flair or Dusty every week. And then you also think about how I remember like hearing about like like say like Andre would be in New York, but he would make sure to record a promo for when he was going over to like Alabama, So like it'd be very possible if they wanted to have Bob Backlund, a guy who is very over, who people like, and who they are pushing as a multi-year champion, to be on the television in some way, but they just don't, and they don't reference him. I think the one time I hear Bob Backlund get referenced, aside from like maybe like the heels saying they want the title, is when like they're advertising the house shows, and that's it. It's very odd.
I remember when we were first starting to watch stuff, and we were like, "Is Bob Backlund even like a top 5 star in this promotion?"
Yeah.
And eventually, it sort of becomes apparent that he's probably the number 2 behind Bruno.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's very strange for him to just have absolutely no presence at all on a whole ass television show that they do.
Yeah, like you were talking about how like I told you about like some stuff he was doing in other territories. Like the main thing I was thinking of was like they'll run a lot of stories about him in the magazines. Like one of which would be like, Bob Backlund decides to take the challenge of the Sheik. Arnold Skåne is like, no, don't do it, Bob. If you lose, then title will be lost to Michigan. But Bob is like, no, I must. I stir around at night, awake, thinking of the Sheik. I must fight him. But as you say, like even the WWF title being in that NWA sort of territory of being defended around the world, like you'd be able to accommodate that somehow. Very odd. Like I think the most egregious Aptramag thing is they had this one cover story where like on the cover of the magazine it's Bruno looking very serious, and he says, "I found out Bob Backlund's big flaw," and then you read the actual story. It's like it's penned by Bruno himself, supposedly. I mean, like it's up in the air whether all these quotes are actually real or not. But he'll write like, I've been studying Bob Backlund very closely for many years now, and I saw a flaw in his game plan. And if people knew about this flaw, his career could come to an end right now. And I told him, I said, you have this flaw. If the Grandmaster knew about this, you would be dead. And he just laughed and said, thank you for telling me, Bruno. I don't know. He's a very confident young man, but I don't know that flaw. Oh my goodness. And that's the end of it. He never says what it is.
Very, very helpful stuff there.
25 cents. Well spent. I guess we can get on to Twisty Listy.
Yeah,
I'll give you a little twisty. I'll give you a little twisty. A little twisty.
Whoa. So there's multiple Bruno versus Larry matches in this where I won't. I'll just move on from them, and we discuss them in more depth later when it comes to that cage match.
That's good.
But we start off with Larry Zbyszko versus Johnny Rodz, All-Star Wrestling, 5th of January. It's a good back and forth. My first time viewing of Rodz, who I only grew to appreciate more as this went on. Zbyszko good as usual. I liked it a fair bit. Rodz is like enhancement kind of guy, so it's a fairly straightforward result. But lots of personality and tricks up his sleeve. Does this Johnny Rodz, and this would either be only this or maybe one other match where Larry's a babyface still.
Yeah, it's like
because we do eventually see his turn.
Yes, three matches we get of him as a babyface, this being one of them.
And my my Johnny Rodz loving continued with him versus Rene Goulet from the 12th of January episode. He just appears to be the perfect contracted jobber. Eats shit on a lot of things, not afraid to look like a goof.
Oh yeah.
Adds a lot of entertainment to what he's doing. A lot more than some of these fucking guys. Then I went for Tito Santana versus Jose Estrada from the same episode. Oh shit! I wrote about Estrada managing Shawn Michaels. No, he didn't. But that's Estrada. He was in FMW, right?
Yeah, that's right. Actually, yeah.
And his son was in Los Boricuas. So not Jose Lothario, which is who I was thinking of. He's probably the second best of the sort of enhancement guys.
Yeah. Very mean.
He also added a nice form, nice personality, intensity. Yeah, good. Then it's a match that you linked me to on the Prism Network. Bob Backlund versus Bobby Duncombe.
Oh yeah.
Bob Backlund's really going hard as fuck at the start and end of this. Unfortunately, it's one of those matches where you're thinking oh shit, mega twisty perhaps? Oh no, they DQ'd him.
Yeah. Bobby Duncombe.
In fact, the match gets stopped because of blood. WWF will fail.
The funny thing about Bob Duncombe is he has a fair amount of squashes in the early part of this, and literally when I was going through my notes, the one note I took on them is Bob Duncombe. Vince, there is the bulldog, and that's all I wrote.
The matches really weren't up to much on the All Star Wrestling, but then he does the bulldog, and the way that these guys are pumping for that is crazy.
Yeah.
Just proper jamming their faces into the mat. Really good. Then I've gone for Johnny Rodz. That's Dominic DeNucci.
Oh, hell yeah.
All-Star Wrestling, 19th of January. Rodz with this sort of hectic but smooth style of grappling that makes all of his matches feel like they are grudge match. He should be IC champ.
Yup.
Why you not push him? Then I have got a mega twisty. It's Bruno. This is Larry 1 from 2nd of February Championship Wrestling. More on that later. But Larry, of course, turns heel in that match, and then he faces Steve King on the 16th on All Star Wrestling.
Yup.
His first match as a heel, and real volcanic heat, really playing into it magnificently.
Absolutely.
Great stuff. Then I've got, from the same episode, is Rene Goulet and Tito Santana. This is Wild Samoans. This one stands out because the crowd has been whipped up into a frenzy, the hottest crowd of these TVs by far.
Yeah.
And they smartly opt for a hot start here, and it's a more of a brawling, focused match, which works for the Samoans. Was kind of disappointed in the Samoans. I mean, I'd seen them a little bit, I think, but it's it really hit home to me, how much the head shrinkers really set the formula for success.
Yeah, absolutely.
That, Umaga and Jacob Fatu would follow and stuff. Samoans could brawl well, but a lot of the times they're not tasked to do that, and so they just have pretty pedestrian matches
Yeah.
with like the nerve holds where they just it's like no effort.
Yeah. Like literally like the peak of the stereotypical WWF style, like grabbing a nerve hold and going like,
Yeah, absolutely. And in this one, Ivan Putski runs in and smacks the shit out of the Samoans, and the fans go nuts for that. Then it's another Bruno versus Larry match from the Prism Network, the first of the grudge matches, I guess. That's from 1st of March. Kerry Von Erich versus Jose Estrada at Madison Square Garden on the 24th. And you mentioned a little gas station stop here for Kerry Von Erich, and it's a nice sort of veteran versus youngster dynamic, I'm assuming. And Kerry is, it's not his territory, but he really wins the crowd over, despite not even being from around there. So,
Yup. And,
so that was nice to see.
Like, I always love how Jose goes for a handshake, and then it works, but then, he's still bastard. It's good dynamic.
24th of March, Bruno versus Larry, also good. And then I got another mega twisty. Bobby Duncombe and Ken Patera versus Pat Patterson and Andre the fucking Giant.
Yup.
Comes back. He's been in the territory before, but it feels like a big debut. He's immediately this big shining light in the promotion, and him and Pat make a really fun team. Yeah, it's really worth watching this one.
And twisty.
One thing though, I was under the impression that Rene Goulet was going to be bringing him in, and instead on this show, Goulet has a very heatless match with Baron Mikel Scicluna. Maybe Patty do the politicky?
Maybe they just took one look at Rene Goulet and were like, alright. Patterson
then I got a
Frenchman.
and I got a Bob Backlund versus Hogan match from the Prism Network on the 12th of April. Commentary on this one provided by Jim Ross and Jerry Lawler. Yeah, I don't know when they recorded this, maybe 2004 or something. Good power versus grappling focused title match, and the main good showcase for the Hulkster here, because the handicap matches were not very thought provoking at all, but some very nice substance to this one. Crowd's very behind Bob. Hogan looks kind of stupid because he wins by count out, and he's like, "Woohoo! Give me title!" Like he has not won title.
Oh, I'm just so used to the Japanese style. Oh, excuse me. He is a weep.
Yeah, I think he deserves it because countouts are a valid method of victory. Please amend the WWF title history to English. For the record, we also watched their rematch from the 10th of May, but I think I saw more in this one, albeit the rematch probably had the better finish with Bob actually beating Hogan in a pretty protected way, with Hogan counted down as he had his feet caught on the ropes. So that was a better finish, I think.
Yeah.
Although Bob, he then downplays that as not a proper victory, and he'd like to give Hulk another match. They never wrestle on WWF television again.
Oh, the politic.
Bruno versus Larry, 12th of April, also good.
Yeah, good. Very good.
And then another one that we alluded to earlier, Bulldog Brower and Tor Kamata against Jay Youngblood and Ricky Steamboat at Madison Square Garden on the 21st of April. Yeah, Steamboat does not appear anywhere else in this project, but you just watch him and That's fucking Ricky Steamboat, snappy and intense, and makes
Oh,
this one
yeah.
so good fun.
Yeah. I think a lot of people think of like like Dynamite Kid or Tiger Mask as people who just like inject a wrestling scene with just like an adrenaline, and I think Ricky Steamboat's on that same level. Even like us who have like a quite a fondness for like the slower sort of style, he comes along like wow,
Definitely. Bruno versus Larry, another match is good. Ivan Putski versus Ken Patera, Prism Network, 10th of May. Putski can really punch.
Yes.
I really enjoyed his punches. Sadly, this is another one where they decide, okay, it's getting too good now. Ding, ding, ding. But I wanted to make a comparison to the other stuff that we've covered from this time period, the 1981 All Japan, where
yes,
countouts were also very prevalent in that. But I think it annoyed me less because it wasn't so much that a match felt like it was really, reaching a peak, crescendoing before the countouts. They just kind of, bumble around and then count out in twos.
Sure.
But in the WWF, it feels like a match is reaching boiling point, and they go, "Oh, that's too crazy for us. Cannot possibly keep showing you this good match."
Oh fuck! I forgot we can't do a clean finish here. Oh shit! Oh fuck!
So yeah, it stands out as a little bit more like actively disappointing when they do that, I think.
Sure.
But yeah, now I've got another mega twisty.
Mega twisty.
In fact, this could be a top 10 twisty that we've covered on the podcast so far. It was Bob Backlund versus Ken Patera, the Texas Death Match from Madison Square Garden
on the
19th of May.
Are you saying this could be
Oh yeah, it's the moo.
It's the moo.
Yeah, we didn't see any build to this, but so sometimes when people work a grudge match, they're maybe able to make their work look so hateful, and it just shines through regardless of whether you've been invested in what they're doing beforehand. Yeah, it's a trip to see Bob Backlund with this sort of deliberate goody two shoes character, but he bleeds and he does all this great stagger selling. When he's like out on his feet, but he swings a punch that misses. Absolutely. Like a Terry Funk-esque kind of vibe to it. Yeah, the fans come into this wanting Bob to win, and then they come out of it needing it like air because the work was so good. They fucking needed that winner after everything they'd seen. It's very good. Now we're back to All-Star Wrestling. Johnny Rodz. This is Pat Patterson on the 19th of July. Johnny Rodz is a nutter, much like perhaps Robbo, he's always got some weird tricks up his sleeve that don't usually pan out, but he's trying them anyway, and he's making all their matches, all of his matches, not just different to everyone else's, but different to the one he had fucking last week, or on the same taping, probably.
Yeah.
So,
I bet I'd be a bit motivated for him. It's just thinking like, okay, this crowd has already seen me like twice. What should I do?
Yeah. I appreciated that. They tried to stop his run of consecutive twisties by putting him in a handicap with another job boy against Andre, and they're like, "Well, you see, Vince, Johnny Rodz is actually quite stupid for not going low." But you can't hold him back for much longer. In this one, he tries going under the ring, dismantles the wooden ring steps, and hurls them at the ropes. And Pat is like really not that bothered about any of this, and he just fucking deals with them. It's quite funny.
Yeah.
Next one, Johnny Rodz. This is Rick Martel.
Oh hell yeah!
From the 26th of July, my minus 12th birthday.
Wow.
Rodz is at it again. Starts choking Martel with his shirt. Martel debuting, I believe, and he looks a good babyface.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen a bit of Martel, one of the better guys of the early '80s. Then Bob Backlund versus Ken Patera rematch from Prison Network.
Yes.
It's not close to their Texas Death, but it's still very good. Backlund's very dominant, and Patera wrestles most of the match with one boot on after attempting to thwacky Bob with it.
Yeah.
Backfires, and he's selling his ass off out there. Gorilla Monsoon is the special referee, and while he's quite annoying because 90% of special refs just have to do some fucking Bryce Remsburg core acting out there.
Yeah.
You can't just say don't choke him. You have to wrap your hands around your own throat and be like choky no. But the finish of Patera just having enough and twatting Gorilla with a mic stand to get DQ'd is very funny. And then Guerrero, of course, subsequently murks Patera. That's all good stuff. And that was my twisty list.
I'll give you a little twist, a little twisty. Give you a little twist.
So for my twisty listy, in the specific instance of some certain matches happening a lot, I've like folded them into one. So like in one example, Flair and Bruno, I'm not going to touch much on them, but we'll see like they're all twisty, and then like another instance like I'll kind of fold that into each of them. But my first one is January 5th on All Star Wrestling, Tito Santana versus the Great Hussein, Iron Sheik, which is a match that I quite liked. Iron Sheik does not stick around for long. It's one of those interesting cases of like,
where did he go?
He actually went back to like the other territories. They talk about it in the mags. Like I think it's Mid-Atlantic he goes to, where they make a whole thing of like, oh, he signed the contract, so he has to skip town. So we don't see him much here, but I quite liked his stick here. And Tito, he's around, but he doesn't really factor into a lot of stuff. Like I think he has a lot of like fire in him, and something I really noticed in this match was just like the acoustics of the actual venue. Like Tito gets thrown out to the floor, and like it's just like just like fucking splat on that wooden floor with like the audience like gasping. I think that's a general thing where wrestling, as I say, it's been around for decades at this point, but it's not went through a bit of like this sleek sort of like efficiencies that like today everyone will probably know, like everyone who's on national TV will know, like here's how I take a fall, and meanwhile here, like I'm sure they have a perfect technique set out, but it's almost like I'm trying to make this look violent, like it's an explosion, which I always really appreciate, and like the acoustics have a lot there. And then that same episode I have Larry Biscoe versus the unpredictable Johnny Rodz. Like Larry in his brief babyface run, I think shows a great aptitude for it. One thing I love is how like he gets irate and he gets angry, he gets a stander up, and Bruno goes, that's right out of that Bruno playbook. Like a proud dad. And I also love too how like there's a bit where Johnny Rodz motions, he got his tights pulled, and then he raises his arm as if he's going like, I got my tights pulled, DQ right now. Which I really like. And yeah, generally it's a very fast paced match, and it doesn't feel like it's fast paced for the time. Like that feels like a common like backhanded thing, like, oh, it was fast for the time. No, this feels like they are working within their style and they're doing it at a breakneck pace. And like Johnny with his like rope work especially, I think like really helps that up. And then my next one is January 19th, All Star Wrestling, Dominic DeNucci versus the unpredictable Johnny Rodz, which I liked as well. Like really good scuffling, both in and out of the ring, just like fucking like tussling. They want to fuck each other up. But one thing I liked is that when Dominic DeNucci, he's got Rodz down, and this goes back to the heckling thing, I can hear a fan go, "Give him an airplane spin!" And then, Dominic DeNucci eventually triumphs, and Vince is going to say hard fought, but he gets confused, so he kind of mixes it, so he goes, Johnny Barnes. And then 26th of January, All-Star Wrestling, I have then Ken Patera versus Mike Masters. So Mike Masters is a job boy who is very muscly. So he's strong enough to overwhelm Ken Patera with strikes, and Ken Patera, as we'll get to, very good, wonderfully good at allowing himself to be vulnerable, so as to lead into him using his incredible strength to just get back in. Like Mike Masters, he gets given a bit of hope and then just gets fucked on with the full Nelson, which is very good. And then January 22nd, Larry versus Bruno. Oh, what a great match. Anyway, February 16th, Tito Santana and Rene Goulet versus the Samoans, just as you did. I don't think either of us are high on the Samoans, but I think in conjunction with the hot credits you mentioned, I think Tito worked very well to make the most out of working underneath them, getting fired up in the back, and then the comebacks, like, they get tied up in the ropes and he just fucking pops his fist in triumph. Yes, I can punch him now. And the crowd's like, yes, do it, punch him. And then Rene tags in and immediately gets murdered. So, and I really fucked with that. Ivan Putski run into the way how Captain Lou, such a silly guy, he gets punched in and just starts shuffling on his knees like a penguin. Very funny. I got down here 23rd of February, Larry Zbyszko versus John Buford. This one sticks out among the other very entertaining Larry squashes because John Buford was one of his opponents when he was a babyface. Larry was, and now the turn's done tabled, and it's a very interesting audio-visual experience to see John Buford, this schlub of a guy, be like, oh shit, I'm suddenly most over babyface ever? Oh, okay. And yeah, wonderful match there. And then I gave a twisty to the opener of the March 8th Madison Square Garden show, which is Bulldog Brower versus Frank Williams. So I've never seen much of Bulldog Brower, especially not in his prime, but I thought this is quite a nice match. He shines well as as an undercard heel, feeding into the offense of this young Frank Williams before ultimately putting him down. And also, Vince McMahon calls him a fat piece of shit. So that's nice. And then that same show, we've got Ken Patera and Bobby Duncan versus Andre and Patterson, as you mentioned. I love how Ken will take the mic from Howard Finkel to go where is that big goofy giant? And then he proceeds to be so afraid of Andre. And yeah, this is just spectacular stuff where everyone is playing the role well. Andre's great. Patterson is the cheeky little cunt who is crawling between Andre's legs and antagonizing is wonderful. Yes, it's an interesting finish where in the match, Patera gets his cover cut off because Bobby Duncan is still in the ring. Referee's like, hey, get on that apron. But meanwhile, Bobby Duncan gets pinned while Patterson has him in the figure four. So, biased referees perhaps. Maybe they complained about that to Bill Apter. I have down Spectrum matches between Backlund and Hulk Hogan. I'm folding them both in here. Hogan, he shows a great ability to work long matches here. He showed off his power while also selling the challenge of Bob's technical superiority. What one detail I really liked is how he puts out his arm for a test of strength and he gets this grin on his face aha, you will not best me in this, Backlund, and I think as well Jim Ross and Jerry Lawler on commentary do a very good job at commenting on this retrospectively, which Michael Cole and Mick Foley should take notes on, to be honest, because think about how Jerry Lawler, who is absolutely not playing a character here, he's not the guy, he's just talking with smart words. And he says we used to call Hogan green, and that's a shoot thing, which then turns to a worked thing. to talk about like, oh, he's getting out grappled by Backlund, which I really liked. Like he's able to muscle Backlund around as Hogan, but Backlund's just too slippery. He's too learned for him to keep the lead. And a reason that I fault both of them in is we talked about how this house show circuit, you end up noticing like little changes. Like in the first match, there's a spot where Hogan kicks out the pile driver, and then he just turns over and covers Backlund. But then in the second match, you see how they were probably planning it in their head, where like Hogan kicks out and then in the process puts his arm on Backlund. So it's like meant to be like an accidental cover, as opposed to, okay, I'm just going to cover you now. Yeah, quite interesting to see. And in the second match, which has the Prism commentary, Hogan, as you say, gets tied up in the ropes and gets counted out. And then Bob steps out to meet the commentary, and they go, "All right, Bob, yay!" Which I really liked. And then, then I had down the April 12th Spectrum show, the Bruno versus Larry match is my one match of the series which I chose to most highlights, and I will get to why when we get to the cage match. Ricky Steamboat and Jay Youngblood match from Madison Square Garden. One thing that fucking made me go crazy was Tor Kamata and Ricky Steamboat fucking dancing up to each other. Tor Kamata, a guy who, in most of his other matches doesn't do a whole lot, but here he did the wacha wacha, and oh, it's crazy. And then, Bulldog Forever gets overwhelmed by these young stallions. It's very good. And then I have down the Madison Square Garden from that same day, 21st of April, Ken Patera versus Pat Patterson for the Intercontinental title. This is the Intercontinental title's first year of existence, because there's a North American title, and then they decide to make up a South American title that doesn't fucking exist, and then Pat Patterson won it. So there you go. This year, I think the first real defense of it, where the Grand Wizard, he mouths off at Pat Patterson, and then when Pat Patterson gets near him, Wizard jumps into Patera's arms like Scooby-Doo, and it's very good. And I think this year is where you can see how, Pat he's a good guy now, but he's still a rule breaker. So Ken Patera will be begging on the ground like, no, please do not. But Pat will be like, fuck you, and punches him anyway, because he don't care. He don't care at all. And, I really love the, when Pat's on offense and he'll just be, chasing Ken Patera around, kicking him in the leg until Patera's, all tied up in the rope selling for it. And then it ends with, it's a very nice sort of finish. As we'll get to, you can really see, how Patterson ends up becoming the mastermind behind a lot of these matches that we see later on, where at first Ken breaks up a pin by getting his foot on the rope, and then later on Patterson gets his foot on the rope, but the ref don't see it because he got bumpied. Oh no, this is bullshit. And the crowd's in quite an uproar as Ken Patera wins the Intercontinental title. And that takes us on to May 10th at the Spectrum. Ken Patera, new Intercontinental Champion versus Ivan Putski. Commentator Dick Graham sees Ken Patera and goes, "Oh, isn't he beautiful?" But not to be trusted. I really liked Ivan Putski here, too, where so Ken Patera comes in, he takes the mic and he goes, "I whooped Patterson's butt. Now I'm gonna whoop Putski." And then Putski grabs the mic and he goes, "Polish power!" Like he is Scrappy Doo or something. It's very good. I think here, Ivan really shows off his theatrics, where he's got this great sort of form to his punches. He gets him in a headlock and he poofs him, and it's his fist explodes into this claw, where it's just so tensed up, and looks so dramatic. And he KOs Patera with the Polish hammer, the double axe, and Patera rolls out the ring, and in this sort of setting, the commentary table is literally right at the apron, so he rolls onto the table, And like the commentator's like, oh yep, holding him up, making sure he doesn't fall on me. And then, you know, it eventually ends in a cheese, a count out, and Putski goes crazy as they do a big brawl. And hey, you know what? The crowd is happy that he whooped him, even if the title don't change hands. And then we get to Backlund versus Patera at Madison Square Garden, 19th of May. So like this Texas Death match, I feel like the stipulation was a bit vague because like I remember Vince on commentary goes like, oh, in this match you can kick and stomp and punch. Which I don't know if that's ever been a definition of a Texas Death Match. But in any case, it's a stipulation that leads to a lot of great violence and aggression. Like as you were talking about, Patera sells so well. You know, it's like flopping around in response to Bob Backlund, and you know, like they both get like color, they both get really good blood going, and like, you know, Backlund like a zombie just swinging wildly, an incredible visual. And then when Patera gets busted up as well, the crowd's going absolutely nuts for it. They are so, it's like Gorilla Monsoon says, they are so sadistic. They want blood. They are baying for it. And you know, Patera as well just has such a good job of like being a zombie. Like he doesn't know where he is. He's just like going around on inertia. And then finally he gets a chair in, and it fails. And Bob grabs the chair, and everyone's like, "Yes, kill him with chair." And then actually gets a 2 count. The chair shot does, and then he does a crossbody for 3. And I think what really put it over the top was this post match where Patera gets up, snatches the mic off of Finkel. You know, he goes, "You're a damn cheater, Backlund." He screams it out, and like it's like the white of his eyes shoots out from his crimson face, and you know, like as Fink makes the announcement, they're standing off. It looks incredible, and then like Ken gets back body dropped, and he powders, raising his arms. You know, as people boo him. Just a really, really incredible match. And if this was the only evidence that Bob Backlund existed during this time period, I would still rank him very highly. And then we go to All-Star Wrestling July 19th, where we have Patterson versus the unpredictable Johnny Rodz. Johnny Rodz ambushes him with a t-shirt. I did not predict that! And so then Johnny goes nuts, bashes him with a chair, bashes him on the table, and, you know, I think the thing that really puts it over the top with Johnny Rodz is like, comes back and he just struts around like his shit don't stink. It's very funny, and yeah, as you say, like Rodz will just like throw everything but the kitchen sink at Patterson, and when Patterson comes back, like Rodz just eats shit on bumps. Like, you know, he hits the stairs, looks like he's about to die taking it, and I think overall there's this feeling conveyed of like stuff going off the rails, but like nothing could be further from the truth. They're in control the entire time, you know. It's very beautiful wrestling. And then Patterson finishes him off with an honest to God slingshot in the corner. That's how you do it. And then I also, from that same episode, July 19th, picked Rick McGraw versus Tor Kamata. I expected this to be a squash, because Rick McGraw was looking like a real job boy, but there's no such thing as a jobber entrance in this time, so it ended up being a very even match where Rick McGraw, you know, ended up being very fiery towards Tor Kamata. Like, I loved when he gets like big Tor Kamata up for atomic drop, gets a near fall off of it, and then Kamata rolls out the ring afterwards, and McGraw does that big lunge after him, like, "Oh fuck, my one chance to win, no," which was really well done. And you know, it's got a bit of a fart ending to it, because like they do a time limit draw, and then it just it just ends, you know. So a couple points down for that, but like what they showed me in the body of the match was undeniably very good to me. And then just like you have, I put down 2nd of August All-Star Wrestling, Rick Martel's debut against the unpredictable Johnny Rodz. Johnny Rodz gets him with a t-shirt choke. I probably could have predicted that at this point. And I think in contrast to how, you know, you said that Patterson it's not too fucked about what Johnny Rodz does. Martel, meanwhile, fights fire with fire. He gets very mad about it. And then, I loved how, so Rick Martel very pissed at Johnny Rodz. He wants to kill him. And so Johnny's on the outside, oh, I'm trying to get in, but he wants to try and kill me. So eventually, he goes up the top rope and does a flying nothing, and then a lockup. I was amazed. It looks incredible. And I think as well, this had a very good sort of cover-up of where Johnny sends him in, shoots him in the ropes, and Martel, he almost gets decapitated because he gets his head caught up in the ropes. And Johnny, without missing a beat, just goes up for his fucking second rope stomp thing and just keeps it moving, which I really admired. That was very well done. And interestingly enough, Rick Martel is his debut, and Johnny Rodz, he may be despicable, but he's our guy. He's in this territory because he gets tied up in the ropes, and Martel starts beating the fuck out of him, and the crowd boos. Stop that! You're breaking the rules. So that was interesting to see, and then a very funny finish where Johnny Rodz, unforced error, he counts his own pin, and then celebrates. And then Rick Martel beats him after that. So that was pretty good. And then I have down here 26th of July at the Spectrum, Ivan Putski versus Larry Zbyszko. Larry comes in, he's taking these contemptible sights, these people, they don't even think I'm the living legends. And then Ivan Putski drags him in, beats the fuck out of Larry Zbyszko. Larry flopping around like he's being mauled, and I love how seemingly action got started so quickly. The name graphics didn't pop up until literally they're just in the midst of this fracas, and they pop up. Ivan he'll have that same sort of formula of a New York babyface who gets beat up a bit, and then he goes, I've been galvanized by all this. But because he looks so fucking roided out and big, when he goes feral, he looks crazy. He beats his chest like a gorilla. And then there's a very funny finish to it where so Putski decides, I'm going to get you in a bear hug while we're between the ropes. And then the referee goes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, ding, ding, ding. So, disqualification victory for Larry, who points at his head as he knows the winner. And then Ivan Putski grabs the mic and goes, you're nothing but a yellow dog, Larry. And such. And then my last twisty is also Backlund versus Patera from 26th of July at the Spectrum. I'd say I'm higher on this than you. I think this is probably the best special referee match ever. A high standard, I know, but I am placing it right now. Because I understand that Gorilla is doing a lot of the same sort of things that other specialists do, which are tiresome. But I feel Gorilla, to me, feels like enough of an institution that the crowd are into it, or at least I feel like the crowd are. And they work well off of him, and as we say, Backlund and Patera, they have an incredible chemistry. I love how Patera bumps. It's like his giant bodybuilding body provides a cushion, so he can really commit to just falling down like a door. And then Gorilla, he really will act as if he's trying to remove something from his dog's mouth, just wrangling these two. And it's that spot where Patera's on the apron and Gorilla tries to pull him in, but Patera's no, I hold the ropes. I thought that shit was so funny. Yeah, that visual of Patera, he's splayed out on the commentary table of getting Atomic dropped onto it, and then you just see him rise up from the depths with a fucking microphone stand, and he just Monsoon right in the head, a visual on the level of that post-match from the Texas Death Match. Really wonderful stuff. And then Gorilla picks his butt, and the crowd loves it, as do And that's my twisty listy. Hello? Oh no.
Hello.
Hello. Damn, I should have checked the messages there. I was blabbing on.
Yeah, I was. It was just in and out for a lot of that. But I assume that you agree with my list entirely, from top to bottom.
Well, I liked Gorilla as a special ref. I was saying that like it's a high standard, I know, but I think that'd be the best special ref match ever. But yes, that is my twisty luster.
All right, I apologize for the lack of back and forth there. It's apparently like 3:30 is a bad time for it, so I don't know what to do about that. But
Man.
I guess I can try and get into my wrestlers listy of
Yes.
top 10. So for number 10, I've gone with Hulk Hogan. The presentation of like the squash matches is not good, but like he's still interesting, and he still has those bob matches that you can take to that bag.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, look out for this guy. I think he could have a future in this business.
You know, give him like 10, 15 years, I can see him headlining.
Yeah. Yeah, he could maybe be like IC US champ. But he's not as good as number 9, and that is Jose Estrada. Yeah, Jose Estrada was one of my favored enhancement guys. Nice and intense. Bit of personality. That's good. Number 8, I've got Ivan Putski. I like the Polish power thing that sends people mad. A crowd of like maybe 10,000 people. Probably maybe like 5 of them are actually from Poland. But they're all like, Polish power.
Yeah.
Also, his punches are fucking really sick. Number 7, I've gone for Patterson.
Nice.
I think Pat. I'd never seen him wrestle before, or at least I might have seen maybe some of the attitude era, stooge stuff.
Yeah.
Not like properly. But you can see. I felt like you could see what got him his continued success as like a producer, like a good mind for making things stand out and be memorable. Like there's that one squashy where he's just like running over a guy's arm repeatedly, which is funny.
Yeah.
Number 6, I've put Ken Patera. Probably be higher, but yeah, I've got number 6. He had the Mark Henry gimmick before the Mark Henry, but he probably wasn't actually the strongest man in the world. I looked at his credentials, lots of bronze medals.
Oh.
So actually, this guy is a pipsqueak.
Oh man, you had to ruin the kayfabe for me.
But no, he's very good. He can show off that raw power, but he can also stooge and sell, and it's always a good time. Number 5, I'll go for the Bruno. We only see him against Larry, but all those matches are at least good, I think. And yeah, you really get a sense of the magnitude of what he meant to the people, his magnetism.
Yeah.
It was fun to experience that for like the 3rd or 4th time. Number 4, I've gone Andre. He doesn't have a whole lot going on, but yeah, I mean, just that I was very impressed with that debut, and I'm always an advocate for people who will actually like because of my own experiences with the big pop, like people who actually make you stop flicking their channels for a second.
Yeah.
Be like, hold on, that is a person who does not look like a person. And I think his work is decent. With we saw 2 Hulk Hogan matches, and they're not exactly like his hands match or something, but it's a decent little matches.
Yeah.
Number 3, I've gone Backlund. Yeah, I think it's interesting only knowing this title reign by its reception, or its reputation, I should say, and then diving into it, the valid points would be that there's it's going to be a rapidly changing wrestling landscape, and Bob is not going to be the face of this for. Well, he actually is going to be the face of it for quite a lot longer, but not much deeper into the 80s. Always heard is that he's too sort of old-fashioned and goody two shoes, and that feels like that's what the heels of 1980s say. But having actually watched his stuff, some matches are better than others, but for those great ones, he's a magnificent champion. Gets the crowds to really swell with support for him for his selling and his comebacks. Good bleeder, and I'm a little bit puzzled why the legacy that Reign has to this day is a bit ho-hum. I guess a lot of it would be sort of WWE rewriting their own history.
Sure, yeah. Like, I think you see on this 2008.
Yeah, we thank him for his efforts. He was no hoax to do. He was no hoax.
yeah, definitely. Even separate from that, I think in the 2008 commentary track, like you see a lot of as if they're anticipating needing to apologize for certain things. But that's a good tactic though. Like whenever you see Backlund hit online, you should be like, "That's grand wizard talk. How much he paying you?"
Number 2, I've gone for Larry Zbyszko.
Wow.
It was fun to watch his personality shift. Some people say like the best wrestling heel turns are the ones with logic, and there was a great logic to it. Like, Larry consistently felt very human, just a human letting these negative feelings swell and overtake his personality. Felt very natural.
Yeah.
It was very good. And he's got a lot of great promos. Most of the promos that we heard weren't necessarily, being impassioned is not the point of them, but he cuts some impassioned promos that really stand out. But he's not as good as Johnny Rodz.
Oh my god!
Johnny Rodz is my number 1.
Wow, that was unpredictable of you.
I mean, I mentioned in the list, he's just a great find. This guy, I would like to. I gotta look him up on Cage Match now. Like, did he do anything else that people might see? I'd love to see him win a match.
Yeah, that'd be nice. He did work Wing, but he did so as Super Medic 2, so it may be under a mask.
Bit of All Japan?
Oh, let's see. Yeah. Bit of All Japan.
Oh, bit of Puerto Rico. He's gone to Puerto Rico.
Got a Puerto Rico, that's right. He went to Network of Wrestling, the follow-up from SWS. I don't think any of these matches will exist, but that's okay.
So, Cage Match recommends him and Kevin Sullivan versus Jumbo and the Destroyer.
Wow.
Maybe I'll watch that one day.
The NB3 101.
Kevin Sullivan in 74.
5.0. This match isn't something that you need to watch when discovering the old All Japan. Fuck you! Yes, it is. That's a pretty good list. Let's see how mine measures up. Yes, I have the very same number 10, Hulk Hogan. I love seeing Hulk Hogan here, but as you say, a lot of the ways we see him are nothing to write home about. One thing that I've listened to a lot is the Lapsed Fans retrospective over his whole life, which has been a very big resource in collating stuff like Ron Fuller's podcast and all these things that evidence his early goings on, like in Alabama, where he first faced Andre even before this, 1979, and a pattern that develops that I think we see here as well. It's just this odds, it's very Goldberg-esque, where every promoter that sees him is like, holy shit, we need this guy right now. But when they have him, it's like they can't pull the trigger on him necessarily. They treat him with kid gloves because Like, oh, he's not immediately the most like technical wrestler ever, so let's give him no opportunities to improve. Let's just have him do the bear hug and that's it. And then, like nothing happens from there. Luckily, he does get chances here, as we've talked about at length with Backlund. And, he shows he has very keen instincts on how to maximize spots, how to convey his personality. What did you think of his promo? Like the one promo that we see of Hulk Hogan here.
Was that the All-Star Wrestling?
It's the one where he says, like, Andre the Giant is a freak of nature. I am the one true giant of pro wrestling.
Oh, all right, yeah. It's unusual to hear him in this pre-Hulkamania tone, isn't it?
Yes.
But he's it's far from bad.
Yeah, no. Like, he's getting there, absolutely. Like, you get the feeling that, like, when he changes his expression, it's because he's reminded, like, oh, I shouldn't just stare into the camera, I should make a face. But still very fun to see, still, like, got a lot of charisma there. So, yeah, he's my number 10. And then my number 9, who else could it be but Rick McGraw? So this guy, as I said in my twisty listy, like, he really surprised me by just being, like, this guy who, oh, here we go, another underdog, job boy, but no, he's fiery and he stretched matches out, and he looks very good. And I think someone who I really knew of him for stuff like he had that angle against Roddy Piper in 1985 that was like right as he like unfortunately died from like heart attack at the age of 30. Like it really opened my eyes to see like this guy who I was all too ready to put on like the funny job boy name list. Like he really comes out and like has some very good matches, like some great hope spots, and it's just wonderful wrestler to watch. And then number 8, I have Mr. USA, Tony Atlas. I really liked Tony Atlas here. Like, a legitimately really impressive physique with the strength to back it up.
Yeah, this is like that run where he's got all the potential in the world, supposedly, and until he do the druggy.
Yes, that's right. And like,
but yeah, he's I saw him like 3 or 4 times, but he's pretty intense, and it's good.
Yeah, like we usually big man doing a squash can so often be like white noise, but I feel like with Tony Atlas, anytime he like just like picked a guy up and his fucking back muscles are rippling, it's like, whoa, look at this guy, and then like he's very good at that New York style, that New York formula of like, someone will beat on him and he'll smolder under fire and then just explodes. And I love his epic backhands, like that specific pro wrestling strike that no one ever does now. It's like doof backhand. It's very good. And then number 7 I have down is Andre the Giant. He's a wonderful attraction, as you said, like someone that just makes you take notice. Him and Hogan both do handicap matches, but Hogan's, as we say, aren't anything to write home about. But Andre, he's the master of this shit. This is his bread and butter, so he makes it into a proper fucking Butland's affair. It really is something to see him in like small venues like Allentown too. Like he really stands out. It's like, holy fuck, this guy huge. And then number 6, I got Pat Patterson. As we've talked about, like, for years we've kind of known of him as like the mastermind, behind the Rumble and stuff. So it shouldn't be a surprise he's a great wrestler, but it's wonderful to see exactly how he is a good wrestler, like his charisma, his personality shines through, and I think as well him having this specific style where he is a good guy, but he wrestles like a heel, but does it against the heels. I think that's something that, like, not saying that he originated that, but it's the blueprint for a lot of like great baby faces throughout history, and it's done very well with him as well. And so I have the unpredictable Johnny Rose at number 5. And
you don't think he's the best in the whole federation?
No, he's too unpredictable.
Oh.
So I really love Johnny Rodz. Like, I think the thing about him, like he has an incredibly important role of being like the contracted jobber, as you put it, where like he's not a coward. He backs down to no one, but he works less like an honorable warrior and more like an angry troll. You know, like he's always like something to be swatted away in a lot of cases. And like he's got a wonderful heel presence. Like, you know, he'll really beat the fuck out of someone, and he gets back in the ring, just struts the bounds. You know, it's wonderful. And then his rope work is really interesting too. Like just the way he'll like hop, skip, and a jump up to the rope to do a wee like jumping stomp. I feel like someone could do that right now, and they'd like stick out in a CMLL card. You know. I think my favorite moment from him was him versus Rene Goulet, where so he'll hit a move, and then he won't go for the cover. He'll go up for another one, and like in a few seconds, like Vince is going crazy. Why isn't he going for the cover? He's greedy. He's greedy. And then he misses the move and dies immediately. So you know that's Johnny Rodz right there in a nutshell. Wonderful wrestler to watch. And number 4 is the champ, Bob Backlund. Very scarce on TV, as you said, but he stands out incredibly whenever he does appear. You know, like he often has that branding, as we talked about, of the do-gooder, all-American boy. And I think for us and other people, what that brings to mind is like Rocky Maivia, right? Like just like some utter cheeseball who like, how can I get behind this guy? But I think Bob follows in the tradition of people like Bruno or Pedro Morales, where like they are a nice guy, but the whole shtick is that they are pulled into the depths of hell by their rivals, you know, and so like you know they need to get bloody and get angry and all that. It's a contrast to their superficial personality. So when that does happen and he starts getting to brawling, he takes no prisoners, and it's very incredible to watch. And all of his signature spots, like you know, like lifting someone out of the key lock, including Hulk Hogan, 300-pound man, always very awesome to see every time. And then that takes me to number 3, which is Bruno Sammartino. So like it was great to see Bruno here. Like you say, like we don't get to see much variety with him. But I think, you know, for my lifetime, and I suspect many others, he's always been a sort of guy who's like, he was before Hogan, and he's like a statistic on the title history list, you know? And so, you know, he comes to be associated with a style that's like, you know, I think you hit it on the head talking about how, like, the company will brand their history as so as to promote themselves. Like, it used to be this way, but now we're better. That's just outdated. It was phonier, but now we're epic. And so his legacy kind of comes intermingled with that. But he's really wonderful. Like his brawling is very good, as I say. Like that's often the case. Is like he just brawls because like the evil, I need to kill it. But then like the little bit of grappling that we get from him as well, like in that first lion match, is very like entertaining as well. And his promo style, like very grounded and realistic. Like I think of like, you know, Bret Hart is another one where like it's almost as if like the charisma is then trying to convey to you like, oh, I'm not some flashy charismatic guy, you know, and that's its own charisma. Like it's very engaging hearing him talk, as we'll get to when recapping like the storyline. So yeah, really wonderful wrestler. And then my number 2 is Ken Patera. He's probably the biggest revelation to me because I only knew Ken Patera really as the guy who got arrested for McDonald's crimes. And then when he came back, everyone was like, oh, he sucked now. You know? So, like, seeing him here...
Yeah, I didn't even know that about him. I think I saw him in, like, I've watched Survivor Series 987.
Oh.
And he was a warm body in that. But, yeah, I didn't know anything about him, really.
Yeah, it was great to see him in, like, in his peak form. I think he gives himself entirely over to being like just a hateable fool. Like he pinballs around and he stooges, and that's all because he has legitimately freakish strength, and like he knows he can like rely on that. It's sort of like how like in a more modern era, like Kurt Angle could be the goofiest guy ever, but then like when the match comes and he locks in, it's like okay, none of that matters, none of that detracts from his presence. And here Ken Patera does that, where like he excels at like all facets of the game. Like he gets the crowds riled up so much. He trash talks. He does stuff maliciously. I think one of my favorite ones of his is like just a squashy with him against Ron Lee, where he's just like like beating the fuck out of Ron Lee because he's got a taped knee, and just like going after it like a piece of shit. And Bruno, I love Bruno's commentary where like he sees Ken ram Ron Lee's leg into the post and goes like, oh, like he needs to do that to beat Ron Lee. Disgusting. And it's like just such a hateable heel, no redeeming factors about him. And I think as well, we've talked about all the fuck finishes and countouts and stuff. I think that Ken Patera of the whole roster is the most organic at doing them. Like, I think lesser wrestlers wouldn't have been able to do the Patterson match finish as he did, or say like even stuff like the intentional DQ in that special ref match. Like he just does it with such a thing that, like, where you don't think like, oh, it's time for the match to end now. No, it's like, oh, he decides, fuck this, I will kill Gorilla Monsoon. So yeah, I think he's the best at doing that. But my number one has got to be the new living legend, Larry Zbyszko. We see here the heel turn that makes his whole career, and I think in this time period, like it's great to see like him excel both as babyface and heel. He exhibits enough personality and acting skills to feed off of the crowd's investment in Bruno, and then he parlays that into guaranteed heat. And I think he shows the essence of healing as well by like he doesn't even really cheat all that much. Like say if he's doing like squashes against like people as heels, but he's just a prick. He does everything prickishly and people hate him. And we saw like bits and bobs of it, watching him in WCW, but like his promos are so incredibly strong because like it'd be one thing if he was just like an asshole, but he's a fucking meathead as well. Just going like, shut up over here, you don't know nothing. Just like a perfect sort of like timbre to his whole act, as we'll get into. So yes,
I like that when I've seen him, as I have recently in 2004 TNA, he's just the living legend.
Yeah.
And when I would have seen him before, I'd be like, okay, that doesn't really like register with me. But I see this and I'm like, oh, he earned that title. Oh.
Yeah. It used to be that like if he called himself that, he'd be like, no, that is Bruno, but Bruno not around now.
Yeah.
This goes to show you. And then I have top 5 job boys funny names here. I will go down them in no particular order. Bill Burger.
Yum yum.
My favorite Bill Burger memory is Bill Burger versus Larry Sharpe. Bill Burger is in a nerf hold, and Vince is like, well, Bruno, what would you say this hold does? And Bruno goes, well, Vince, working the trapezius doesn't usually hurt, but Burger is just done.
Or the burger done. Time to eat.
Time to flip it over. And then next, Mike Mahalko. Perhaps the most hapless job boy I've ever seen. He's the one that Pat Patterson walks on his belly a lot.
Yeah, you just said his name to me in the Discord. I was like, it's not ringing a bell. And then I looked up my notes, and that was him. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. And then Ron Lee, as I mentioned, funny guy, gets killed by Patera. Ron Shaw, we've mentioned him, oddly proportioned gentleman. And then my top job boy, Mark Pole.
Mark Pole, he's certainly not shaped like a pole.
He's pleasantly fat. I can't take my eyes off this beguiling man and his weight.
I love there's a few of these guys who are quite fat, and it's always a topic of conversation in Vince and Bruce.
Yeah, like I think it may be Mark Pole. Like
it'd be like oh, he should have a lower center of gravity. You know, he's being pushed around despite being all fat. And
Yeah.
Vince would be like, yeah, I think he lost a few pounds recently, like 2.
Yeah. See, Vince is shitty about it because Bruno brings it up. And he goes, this Mark Pole, I think he used to weigh in at 350, and now he's down to 275, I think. So good for him. And then Vince, ignoring this, goes, well, I think he's 350 pounds, and well, now he's 349. Oh, just kidding. Like, fuck you, man. Mark Pole is better than you. Like my favorite Mark Pole memory is he gets squashed by Rick Martel, and so like Rick Martel gets him in a headlock, and then he like lifts him up and throws him down, and then Mark Pole smiles, flexes his muscles. Oh, this is the peak of his career. Then he gets hit by a body slam and then gets pinned. Oh. So yeah, that's my listies there.
Listies complete.
That's right.
Time for Shea.
Time for Showdown at Shea from WWE 24/7, The Big Ones, 2008.
And oh my, could it be? It's Michael Cole and Mick Foley.
Michael Cole Mick Foley. Mick Foley at this time was SmackDown color commentator. Did you know that?
No, I haven't seen much 2008.
Yeah. He quit the job because he didn't like Vince McMahon being in his ear all the time. So this is being.
Before you can say he quit the job because he's sick of not bleeding all the time. Which he would do the next year in TNA.
Yeah, that's probably part of it too. So, Shea Stadium, a venue that had been used 3 times, they say, for the Fed, and this is the last one. And they're doing the rebroadcast.
Yeah, the results were on Wikipedia for like the 70s.
Yeah. They must have been really big.
72 starts off with midgets. That's great for 8 minutes.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Gorilla Monsoon defeated Ernie Ladd. Nice. Pedro Morales versus Bruno Sammartino ended in a curfew draw after 75 minutes.
yes, they mentioned that there. That sounds epic.
Yeah. In the 76 one, Andre the Giant defeats Chuck Wepner by countout.
Yes.
Oh, that's Muhammad Ali versus Inoki. I didn't realize because they mentioned it. I thought they were mentioning it because
they mentioned.
Oh, it's a telecast.
Yes, they mentioned it, saying it was closed circuit. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and so like Wepner brought in as piggybacking off of that hype. So yeah, Shea Stadium, 2008. It's getting fucking blown up. After the baseball season, it's fucking Dunsky. And so Michael Cole and Mick Foley, they are Americans. They're like, oh, I remember the New York Mets at this, and I'm like, I don't give a fuck. Don't like baseball. The stadium setup is quite reminiscent of the Puerto Rico style we saw, where like the ring is in a vast sea of green of the field, with the crowds.
Or perhaps Fightmare Free vines.
Oh shit! And we have Vince as the ring announcer, and they actually explain that like Howard Finkel was meant to be there, but he was preoccupied. He had to be at the Jim Crockett's Buffalo House show, because they were at such a time where like he was not exclusive to the Fed, which is very interesting. What do you think of Vince as a ringers?
Trying to think, did he fuck it if not? He jumped the gun on like a finish or so. The 2 out of 3 falls, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right. He did, and then he made it like it was the referee's fault.
We turned this on, so I wrote out the whole card in my notepad. I was like, okay, I'm ready.
Oh.
Show me Rene Goulet versus the Hangman. And then the video was like, here's Angel of Maravila versus Jose Estrada. So they shuffled it up. Artistic license, I guess.
Yeah. I was ready to be like, oh, I guess we'll have to just discuss this as a dark match, but no, Hangman versus Rene Goulet is to come, and I was very glad for that.
Yep.
Yeah, Jose Estrada versus Maravilla, and the pronunciation of the first name is hotly contested because we see this gentleman in some All-Star Wrestling, and like it'll be like Vince will go, here's Angel Maravilla, and then Guerrero Capetta will go, and from Puerto Rico, Angelo Maravilla. That'll piss Vince off. And then fucking even here, Mick Foley goes, here's Angela Maravilla, and then Cole then goes, alright, here's Angel. Fuck! Could you guys have a fucking meeting about this, perhaps?
And is it Jose or Jose? Huh? Tomato.
God damn it. Estrada, in any case, he does a fucking handshake to Maravilla. You know, like as we get going here, like it's a very like freewheeling sort of commentary style as we'll get into, which I think at times is to the detriment of the product. But one thing about it that's interesting is like I don't usually think of 2008 as being a time where like 2008 they'd be like very careful about WWF. Like this would be a time where like you know like in the network they'd just let shit go, but WWE 24/7. That's the time period to think of where, like, you know, like, the F is blurred out. F is censored and stuff. And, like, sure enough, they do end up just saying WWF, but, like, you know, like, you'll hear Cole say WWF, and that feels like it's almost like a circumvention of, like, the Panda Man, you know? But,
yeah, because it's recently the WWF at this point.
Yeah, just 6 years old. The WWE is. You know, they could have just like made themselves the WWF again. I feel like, and everything would have been fine. But anyway, like.
Oh, lol! I just saw on the Wikipedia. Did you notice the city that Shea Stadium is in? Flushing, New York. Lol. Sorry, I just had to point that out.
Oh.
Flushing.
So Angel shits on him with a punch. And then like a drop kick out of a headlock. It's quite sad really because Michael Cole and Mick Foley they think this is fucking Mystery Science Theater 3000 or something like that. So like they keep going like, oh look at this, a bunch of the blowjob brothers outside, ho ho. And you know like the fucked up thing is I feel like literally it's because like oh they wouldn't let that fly in a WWE production meeting today. Well, that's because the WWE production that Kevin Dunn does sucks. They would not allow guys who are shirtless to wander about the field, and that's why it's bad. So yeah, leaves a bad taste in my mouth seeing them like make fun of that.
Yeah, I forgot to read out my little introductory things to these guys.
Oh yeah, like the
my little
your research
tidbits of information. Estrada, he held the WWF Junior Heavyweight title for 3 days in 1978. It appears he was maybe gifted the vacant title before dropping it to Fujinami immediately.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
He was one of the original conquistadors, was in the Fed throughout the 80s. Already mentioned his son was in Los Boricuas. And then there's Maravilla. he's new to the territory. He's just done a couple of squashes with his cool flying headbutt finish. Bit like Bobby Duncan, where the matches aren't all that special, but the finish will be like, oh, nice finish.
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't last much longer than 1980 in the Fed.
I don't think he even lives for much longer as well.
Oh, rip.
I always sort of like knew of like Jose Estrada because like, you know, I'd like read up about oh my bad, Maravilla died in 2006 and like no, he ends wrestling after 1982. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, not lasting much longer. Yeah,
dead to us, the wrestling.
Yeah,
might as well. Right?
Flushed him down the toilet.
Oh, he's in the right place for that.
I always like knew of like Estrada versus Fujinami because like I'd like look up Fujinami like on like Japanese Wikipedia and it always points to that, you know, because he wins the WWF title there and that's like the big like thing of him becoming like a big famous guy, you know, being a Madison Square Garden and all that. And I remember like I once downloaded him versus Fujinami from a YouTube that later got pulled down. It was like, oh, I have this precious artifact here, and you know, it still is nice to have it. But you know, watching this, like, oh man, Jose Estrada, a job for you. You know?
Get introduced to the dynamic of Cole Foley. They're very distracted by the plain purple ring canvas. And note that it does look soft by today's standards. And it does. It looks soft by 1980 standards. Why does it look like a nice, cozy blanket?
Yeah. All-Star Wrestling does not look like this.
Quite a strange thing. It was, you know, we were able to work out some context clues that this was recorded in like 2008 because they remark on a move also performed by Festus.
Yeah.
The special needs wrestler.
Yeah, and Angelo does a butt bump. Well, it's like Festus does that on Friday Night SmackDown. So that's nice.
And yeah, you mentioned comparing this to the Puerto Rico stuff. It's not just the baseball stadium that makes it feel like that. It's also because the commentary track is way louder than the fans.
Yeah. It's
so you can only make them out for like little parts of it.
What did you think of you know, Jose Estrada? He's a big seller, so Angelo like drop kicks him. Estrada goes flying out, and Cole and Foley both lumfow. You sell bad.
I think they're being too eager to mock at times.
Yeah, I think we got a bit of this in that one SmackDown in the pandemic. You know, when Triple H was on commentary. Where like you can tell the way that Michael Cole laughs, you know, like that, like he's very eager to please, you know, and it comes through in his banter, and then impressive flying headbutt wins it for Maravilla. It's funny because like it's not exactly his fault, but Vince does have another fuck up here where like in the first instance the match is over and nothing's happening, and both Cole and Foley start like yelling, "Ring announcer, Vince, get in there!" And then he comes along, and his mic is not working. So, whoopsie doodle.
Wow.
What an opener.
Yeah, what a third match that was that is treated as an opener.
What?
And now, on to what comes after 3? Of course it is 5. Baron Mikel Scicluna against Dominic DeNucci. But both of these guys had they'd been around a fucking while since the late 60s, and they sort of stopped being used at a similar time as well. Scicluna, he's from fucking Malta. Not often you could say that.
From Malta. Him and Gianni Valletta got to link up.
And yeah, both are kind of used as like odd job kind of guys, lower mid card, lots of opening and second matches, I expect.
During a rundown of All-Star Wrestling, Vince goes, and then Bruno will see Dominic DeNucci in action. And Bruno just goes, "That's my paisano." The this is a big thing for banter because Dominic he trained Mick Foley. So Mick goes, DeNucci trained one of the great wrestlers of our time, Shane Douglas, and Cole goes, and Cole is a big DeNucci mark, and they, as DeNucci and Scicluna scramble, they talk about the role of ethnicity in the WWF, which we see because we've got obviously the Italians with Bruno and Dominic, we've got the Polish with Ivan Putski, and I think even as well like you see with Rick Martel as well, and it's sort of like, oh, there's that hot Italian temper, there's that hot Spanish temper, there's that hot Mexican temper, there's that Polish temper, like everyone's angry, we're all angry. It's what Unix is as humanity.
Doing this project, it really underlined to me like how much the WWF was quite literally built by immigrants, and it just makes it even shittier that the company stands for what it does today.
Absolutely. So Mick lists off all these nationalities, and he makes a freaking joke about Scicluna being there for a giant Maltese audience. Ha ha ha! Very small population. Ha ha ha! And this gets him into a history discussion. Brings up the Malta Conference, and then Cole says, "Speaking of history, 1980 was the start of the Iran-Iraq War. Not much changed there." And then Foley one-ups him by saying 1980 also is the year of Zimbabwe's independence. And then Cole says, "You're like a walking Google."
Yeah, the boys are in the ruffle zone tonight, and it's really unusual hearing Cole. We're so used to him saying WWE, but now he has to say WWF.
Yeah. He's still hitting those W's, but fucked up.
And then how about the moment when Foley says, Scicluna actually had an influence on my career, and then just silence, several seconds of extended silence, and I'm thinking, oh my god, Michael Cole, you are so rude. And it turned out it just rejoins Mick Foley mid-sentence, so it's like, what was that information redacted then about Baron Mikel Scicluna?
Yeah.
What the fuck's going on here? There's a couple of periods of silence as well. It's like, are they editing it out, or is Mick Foley's fat ass leaning on a button? I don't understand.
Whoops, sorry guys, was muted. Anyway, long foul. So there's a match going on here that they are just ignoring.
Yeah, never mind that.
Yeah, Baron is he's a very sort of cartoonish wrestler. Does a lot of big selling to pop that crowd. DeNucci will punch him and he'll go "Duh!" and then fall right down like a Flintstone guy or something.
Foley is loving the wacky faces.
Yeah, and they say how this is the big Scicluna thing. He'll reach for foreign objects conspicuously, and looking at it, I don't know if he actually has a foreign object. I think he's just pretending to have an object, which I think wrestlers should do more if they don't already. Then finally, there's a sunset flip variation that DeNucci does. What do you think of the sunset flip that DeNucci does, where his shoulders are down also? He doesn't actually sit up at all.
It's bad.
Yeah, Cole calls it by just saying, "Look it!" As if it couldn't happen.
He didn't even hook the leg.
Yeah, and then Michael Cole goes, "That match is only 6 minutes? Oh my lord! That sucks!"
The whole... Yeah, I can appreciate that, they're doing some commentary with their hair down, so to speak, but I mean, it wasn't that bad as a whole. The finish was bad, but
yeah,
come on, guys, you're really alienating the Maltese population here.
I know, and like like there's like at least one other copy of like Showdown at Shea that you can like acquire with like different commentary from like the 1980s. But like to a lot of people, this is like the one surviving thing of it. This is the only time that they will, and plus like as something that we'll kind of touch on later probably is how like we are doing this after watching so much WWF TV from like various sources. A lot of people, it's like the one time they will ever see Dominic DeNucci. This is his legacy, and you're shitting on it. And yeah, then DeNucci and Scicluna stands up on the field. You'll get to fisticuffs. Anyway, next match.
Yeah, time for. Oh my god, it's time for Pro Wrestle Fighting Spirit in Japan.
Yes.
Except instead of in Japan, it's in Flushing.
Real Pro Wrestle.
And it is Fujinami against Chavo, not yet classic, Guerrero.
Guerrero Senior. Yeah.
Oh, and it's for the junior heavyweight title. so let's play the 205 live theme here.
Yep,
Fujinami doing a backflip.
Those two CGI ninjas.
Yeah. Fuck yeah. Yeah, Chavo, he was a regular in Japan and Houston.
Yeah.
And I knew him well from his awesome managing and sometimes wrestling alongside his son on 2004 SmackDown. But I never seen him from his heyday until now. I found out that run ended abruptly because he missed like 5 house shows in a row because he got a new girlfriend and he was just sleeping with her.
Aww. Wow. That's nice. Should have just let him.
Yeah, yeah, that's bullshit. Get him on a sex habit schedule, guys. He's old. Fujinami, he had around 30 matches in the Fed. Many of them for this very junior heavyweight title that he had for about 4.5 years. He may have also wrestled outside the Fed, but who's to say? Nobody knows.
Yeah, this particular superstar was on the Independence.
Oh yeah, and I wrote about the bit on his Wikipedia. It mentions his son Leona, but then in a completely new sentence it says he received a WWE tryout 2015, and I was like, "You what? No, you didn't. Come on." And no, he didn't. It was Leona.
Yeah, I mean, I've mentioned it to you, like when you went out at first. Like, I've seen a lot of Leona matches. I like him. What the fuck is he going to do in WWE? What the hell did they see? Yeah, you mentioned Chavo being in Japan. Like, it's funny because I know of Chavo Classic in Japan mainly because when Onita was a junior in All Japan, like Chavo was his main opponent. That's what I was thinking of. But like, this actually seems to fit into a common pattern I see where he was in New Japan first, and then All Japan picks him up. Like we see that with like say, Billy Robinson gets famous in Japan for fighting Inoki, and so Baba is like, let me have some of that, and so Chavo fits into that as well. I remember seeing him in 2016 All Japan as well. He was with Dory in those old man tags.
Oh,
it's like very good. The first ever time we are seeing these guys ever, because they're not on the TV. They have this whole division of heavyweights that you don't even know if Jose Estrada, former champion, is a junior heavyweight. He just kind of there. But here we are, nevertheless. Within its Shea, as you said, it's not like a end of the line WrestleMania type thing, but it is a big super show that's promoting like oh, you can see all of these guys from all across the globe, and it's the one time you'll ever see the Fujinami or the Inoki. So, I'm by watching New York. So they have a handshake, as you know, as we touched on Roaring Fire, that episode. New Japan wasn't in with the NWA like All Japan was, so even with WWF being like still kind of in the NWA at this time, like at least in talks with them, like this would still be like something outside the NWA that New Japan latch onto, and it's odd how they talk about this match here, because like Michael Cole was like, oh, I don't know if the fans know how to respond to this match. I get it that like styles can evolve and like people could get more acrobatic or whatever, but like I've seen the clip of like Tiger Mask doing a dive in fucking Allentown, and everyone goes crazy because like it doesn't take like years to realize like, oh, guy flying, epic, you know. Very very good like action here, like the snap that Chavo has to his offense, like, you know, he won't just do an arm wrench, he'll like really twist the arm into it, you know, stuff like that, moment to moment, that like really ties the match together. And then like Fujinami does like his suicide dive like he usually does, just right out there, and then Chavo goes for one himself, but fakes him out, gets tied up in the ropes, stuff. Very nice.
I thought it was funny that after these dives, when Chavo throws him out of the ring, Fujinami has a muddy ass. Because he's been on the grass.
He needs a break to have his mummy wash his pants. Cole notes that, like, oh, you know, at Suicide Dives at this time, this was a shock because the crowd were entertained by the plodding style of the WWE at this point. It's like, come on, man. We're literally watching this. You don't need to apologize to us for the style of it. You know? It gets to be a bit much. Okay, so Chavo, he's doing some Yave shit to Fujinami, like a surfboard variation with legs figure forward. He gets a hammerlock on into the headstand. So Foley's like, wow, that's a great... He forgets what headstand is for a second. So Cole laughs at him. And they both go like, that's a Mike Adamle moment right there. Do you know Mike Adamle?
Is he this guy who said like Jeff Harvey or something?
Yes, he is. So he was a football player, went on to do commentary for football, where he made a lot of mistakes. Then they signed him for some reason in WWE, where he's ECW commentator, and then makes a lot of mistakes. Then they decide to make him Raw general manager, where he makes a lot of mistakes, and then he quits. So, you know, he was made fun of for a long time because of all his shit. And then in 2017, he gets diagnosed with early onset dementia, ETE. So now,
wow,
whenever I hear them make fun of Mike Adamle, I'm like, you pieces of shit. Why did you? You know.
Damn.
Well, what an asshole. His brain is at 10% capacity and he can't remember Jeff Hardy's name. But I digress. Chavo does a back body drop, but Fujinami gets his foot on the ropes. Fujinami goes for an airplane spin, but he gets dizzy! And then they do a double drop kick. And it's a very nice finish here where Chavo gets him in a tight pin, and then Fujinami kicks out and hooks in the arms for his own pin to win. In what is a very good 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, nice. It's like an early work rate match. Bit of grappling where the fans are sort of not too sure, probably not too sure who they're watching. Really, is the problem. But it wasn't too dry. I like the dizzy selling and the double drop kick and stuff. It's nice.
Very well done.
And good luck to Fujinami in 35 years' time when he tries out at the WWE and does roll drills in front of Bill DeMott.
Vince Vaughn's going to put you through the ringer, baby. And so now we go on to some more pure wrestling. because it's time for Antonio Inoki versus Larry Sharpe for the martial arts title. So,
Yeah. I'll touch on Sharp first. So he had like 7 or 8 year run in the company, eventually opening a school with Buddy Rogers and becoming a trainer to an impressive crop of people, including The Big Show, Sheamus, Chris Candido, Sunday Dot, and Giant Silver.
Holy fuck!
That's a good alumni of guys to have trained. Yeah, we didn't see a whole lot of Sharp here. I remember one match of him and Bill Berger. It was just like, oh come on, come on.
Now see, I'd known for a long time that Larry Sharpe was the guy who faced Inoki or someone. I saw him on TV. I was like, oh, we get a look at this different style fighter, Larry Sharpe, and he manhandles the Bill Berger. I fear for Inoki.
Yeah, Inoki. He had 10 WWF matches, and he was Kim Jong Il's mate. That's all that's known about this mysterious superstar.
Yep.
The title is something that Vince Sr. just kind of awarded to Inoki in 1978. He holds it. He holds it. Okay, it's 1989 now. He dropped it at the Tokyo Dome to a Georgian judo guy called, alright, forgive the pronunciation here, Shota Chochishvili.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then 1 month later, he won it back in just over a minute against the same guy.
Yeah.
And the Georgian guy had one other archived match in his wrestling career, tagging alongside Inoki, and that's his entire wrestling career.
Yeah, that Chochishvili versus Inoki was the first ever Tokyo Dome show, I believe. Despite that branding, Vince, as ring announcer, says that this is for the NWF title that Inoki actually has. And the NWF, like we talked about, not having the O2 of the NWA ownership. Well, that meant that I've seen this match before. Inoki just links up with this NWF promotion with a guy called Johnny Powers. So Johnny Powers comes over. He's just some fucking dudes, and Inoki beats him for the belt, and then has the NWF title forever. And then it grows to such prominence that maybe you've seen it before when someone like Takayama wins the IWGP title, he also brings back the NWF belt because that's a symbol of strong style, even though it was Johnny Powers' belt.
This title, it was the martial arts title. They officially retired it in Russia. New Japan show in Russia.
Yes.
And I'm so mad at New Japan World for not getting on that shit.
Yeah,
it's so annoying when I hear about them going to Russia and Pakistan and stuff. And I want to see you.
I know. And a thing about New Japan World, as we record this, Tadao Yasta has recently died. And New Japan World was as tribute to RIP Yasuda, here is 3 matches uploaded now. You have all of these, man. You have all these, and you're just fucking holding out on us. Do we have to wait until Shota Chochishvili tragically passes away before you can give us this shit?
The final note on the title is that at Pride 13, Inoki just gives it to Mark Coleman.
What the fuck? Mark Coleman, who did he ever beat?
So, early commentary note in this one is that Mick Foley says, Inoki's kind of like the Hulk Hogan of wrestling.
So true. I actually remember this vividly because it would have been multiple years ago. I tried checking out this specific match, and I remember it very well. It's imprinted on my mind that Foley going in Italy, Inoki was so over. They didn't ask for wrestling tickets. They said, "Give me a ticket to Inoki." It's like, damn, that is evidence of his proof. Larry Sharpe, the pretty boy, refuses the handshake. This is where they talk about the Inoki versus Ali being shown in closed circuit in Shea Stadium. Talked about the environment being such that people probably couldn't tell who was who in the Fujinami match. Maybe knowing that this was the guy who crab kicked Ali a bunch. Hopefully help here. And it's interesting the way, because like this is 2008, so they bring up the boxing, and it's very relevant because like Floyd Mayweather had just had his WrestleMania match against the Big Show. That gives an extra layer, that history there. And they do bring up Larry Sharpe's training school, and they go ruffle mode because they go, oh, he trained Big Show and Balls Mahoney.
Yeah, why didn't they bring up Giant Silver? Balls my homie. Balls my homie. Got the amateur background.
Yeah, Giant Silver got shit. He was in the oddities. Yeah. Larry's selling big for the leg kicks. Inoki, I love his I remember in Fire Pro they always call it knuckle arrows, like his punches. This is the trajectory of them. Very good. And as a toe hold on, they start talking about the shitty fucking production. Like saying how, so Mick Foley says, this is a 2-camera shoot here. And Michael Cole, because he's a prick, was like, oh, Mick Spielberg over here. As if like that's something that only an artist would know. But it's interesting that Mick Foley said he would learn that because he was working in World Class, which famously had like a lot more budget behind his production. So he would just sit back and learn from there, which is nice. And so there's an interesting way that Inoki works this match, which I think he's working based off the idea that like, oh, everybody knows Riki Dozan, so let me do some karate chops here. And does the Enzaguri, and Larry Sharpe takes a back bump for it, and Mick can't fucking get over this.
Yeah, it was funny how Sharpe just kicks out of that first Enzaguri.
Oh yeah.
Or he kind of kicked out of it. The referee stopped counting.
Yeah, he's just gonna do the spot again. That's right.
Yeah, and then for the second one, the kick is to the back of the head, and he's like, "Oh, I'm falling backwards." So it's interesting. It seems like Inoki was sort of he'd been known by name, but not necessarily like by personality.
Yeah,
they're not exactly hugely into this match. The Shea crowd.
It can be difficult to, get his necessarily get his appeal in this sort of setting. Like I think,
you do see a little bit when he does he begins a comeback with a firm punch and a chop, and the crowd perks up for a moment.
But I think Cole will be like, what was it about Inoki? And Mick Foley won't really have a great answer for it, because it's just not really the setting. I think for a lot of times, not saying that no one's ever had a great match on Excursion, but I think the main thing of this was that so the news could travel back home. He's worked Madison Square Garden, so as to add to one's resume and their sort of cultured feeling. But yeah, a nice enough match. Larry Sharpe, his performance.
Nah.
Oh fuck. Oh well then, I guess we better kill him. Flush him down the toilet. So we move on now to the Wild Samoans, Afan Sika, defending their tag titles against Bob Backlund and Pedro Morales. So I have a little bit of my own background here. I have a secondary research source. Brett257 on Cage Match says, I hate it when you split up the Samoans. They just stomp butts and use long nerve holds. And when one goes solo, the other one's going to wrestle later. And this I felt very vividly.
Yeah. Yeah, so the tag titles, I don't think we saw those get defended. There was a show because they're initially with Tito Santana and Ivan Putski,
Yeah.
right? And then they dropped them to Afa and Sika at a show that we saw a few matches from, and I looked at the card and I saw that there was a title change, and I also saw that it was recommended in Das Cage Match Guide. So I gave it a quick Google to see if I could find it, but I couldn't. So, oh well.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, there's not much of a tag scene. It was pretty much just those guys, and you can't call Backlund and Pedro Morales a real team. They could do with a bit more thought going into that, I think.
Yeah, there's the thing that I like about the Putski and Santana thing. So on TV, like we never see him defend the belts really, but they'll have all like they'll do singles matches and they'll do interviews where the guy's like, oh, you're tag champions, but you're also doing singles matches, and they're like, yeah, we think it's important to, we are a good tag team, but we like to also do singles matches. Keep us right in that way, we don't get rusty. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Well, thank you for your time. All very pleasant. And then in the magazine, it'll be like, the case for stripping Putski and Santana of the WWF belts. They are not defending. So, yeah, some shit going on beneath the surface there.
It's funny how, like, some things are just evergreen in the WWE, like lackluster tags, ignored cruiserweights. Wow.
Yeah, exactly,
they
right?
They really had the formula on lock.
Yeah, like
from as early as 1980.
So yeah, we have here the principles, as Vince says, and so Bob fired off immediately as Captain Lou jumps about. Afa starts off with Pedro Morales here, locks up with him, gets him in the corner, but Pedro moves it away and the Samoans collide. This is where Cole starts going on the Showdown at Shea Wikipedia page just as did. Talks about the curfew draw at the first Shea Stadium show, Pedro versus Bruno. Backlund gets in, he has a nice little back and forth with Afa, where he muscles him up to the top rope and gives him the slappy. And Afa tries to do the same back to him, but Bob blocks it and slappy him again. What do you think of Pedro Morales in this match?
Yeah, so I wasn't familiar with his work. He'd only popped up on like one All-Star Wrestling, I think, prior to this. Yeah, I think he seemed pretty good though. I don't know if I'd want to see him for 75 minutes straight, but maybe in 1972 that was an appealing thing. I'm gonna see if that is actually like. I'm guessing it's not online, that match.
So there's a big hot finish here. Backlund gets off that atomic knee drop, and then Pedro gets that corner roll off. Win! And the crowd's going ape shit! And then Vince comes in and he's like, oh my god, Bob Backlund and Pedro Morales have just won the match for realsies. And then the ref goes, no, it's 2 to 3 falls. Right?
Yeah.
Like that. I think you do bullshit chants. Did you hear the same?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, there's quite a lot of distractions present during that first fall. There's this dude's just wandering around on the outside. So someone even goes under the ring hard cam side to grab a box of something that apparently could not wait until the gap between matches.
Oh man.
And Michael Cole is like, maybe it is Hornswoggle foul. But yeah, I enjoyed this match. I've been slightly harsh on the Samoans throughout this project. That cage match review that you underlined spoke to me, I guess. But it's probably their best performance that I've seen. Vicious and intense, like you'd want from them. And apparently the Samoans did a fucking roadblock. They got into the bits by being worked marks.
Oh.
During a Peter Maravila match, and the security struggled to hold them back.
Oh my god!
And so people were like, "Hey, you want to take a back bump?" And Samoans were like, "No," and they never did.
Oh man!
But yeah, bring that back. If you break like 2 security guards' noses, that should be like equivalent to winning Tough Enough.
I agree. yeah, that first fall ends, and then I'm not even sure why this was 2 out of 3 falls, because the second fall starts, and then Backlund wins it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess occasionally you should do 2 out of 3 falls, and
Yeah, that is true.
oh, come on, got two in a row.
Yeah, very nice. Blue
I
belts.
liked when there's like fighting on the outside and a cloud of dust from the dried dirt of the baseball field.
Oh,
It's like floating up. That was a cool visual. And yeah, some strong comebacks from the baby faces. Gets them the win. Woohoo! And I am simply overjoyed that at last we have World Tag Team Champions that us WWF fans can be proud of. Oh wait, they were stripped the next night because you weren't allowed to hold the heavyweight title and the tag team titles at the same time. Why was it booked then?
yeah, inscrutable move.
Ugh, that's so stupid. Anyway, the match was good. Anyway, you know the booking committee for WWF is so complicated not to put the heavyweight champion in a tag title match. Sometimes they're just going to do it by accident. You know?
Yeah, but you can't blame them. Not like there are
Absolutely not.
50 other wrestlers you could have picked. Team with Pedro Morales.
I can't think of another wrestler.
We wanted Mark Pole in there. And so now we move on to Patterson versus Tor Kamata.
Yes.
So this is one of those cases where, like, if we did not do all of the supplemental viewing, you'd be like, Patterson sucks.
Yeah, it's a vindication of our strange little process. It's kind of hard to sum up my perception of him before this project. You know, you'd hear some good stuff about him being like one of the main creative sparks that people just generally spoke about well, you know, responsible for the best parts of the Rumble matches and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then the obvious bad of being another one of Vince's perverted stooges.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was rewarding enough to check out his wrestling for the first proper time. He's good. It's like I can't remember much about his actual like athletic ability or maneuvers, but he just has a good sense of what to do to make a match a bit different.
Yeah, I agree.
Tor Kamata, he's a big, round, fat boy. One of those Hawaiian dudes that they build as being from Japan, which I guess adds intrigue. Pearl Harbor and shit.
Oh.
Although on watched evidence here, I'm not sure it did add any intrigue. Yeah, he looked fun in some stuff that we saw him in, and then very plodding in others. So
Yeah. Did you like when I think it was him versus Nick McGraw where Bruno makes a big point of like, you look at a guy like Tor Kamata, he looks very fat, but he actually does a lot of training. He does a lot of squats, so he's in shape. Don't think he's fat.
Ignore the fat that you can see. He's not fat. Yeah, and this was one of his last events in WWF, so they just abruptly stopped using him as soon as August ended, which was quite funny.
Oh.
Kamata gets the jump on Pat before any introductions can be made, and he's got a wee bit of the salty like a jumper. Yeah, he throws some at Pat, but Pat ducks and it hits the ref. DQ. What a match, folks.
Oh man. And then Patterson gives him a body slam and goes for a cover. But the match over. And then Mick Foley, Michael Cole, like, love foul, bad match.
But now, you know what time it is? Don! Chill out, Don. You know what time it is now? It's ladies' time.
Oh, the ladies.
Oh, time for ladies.
Yep.
So it's Kandi Malloy and Peggy Lee against Beverly Shade and the Fabulous Moolah. I think everything I know about her is like feels like a giant contradiction of a career. Like undoubtedly a pioneer of women's wrestling in the country. You know, you look at a cage match and you can see stuff from the late 40s, and then she's visible doing physical stuff in WWE throughout, and even after the Attitude Era. Like, she has her last match on a 2004 SmackDown at the age of 81.
Yeah.
And all of that you've got to say is pretty cool, but you can't really mention it without several giant asterisks. Since she did so much to hold the booking of women hostage, as well as being responsible for so many tales of disgusting abuse and shit.
Yeah, totally.
And these fucking morons tried to name a battle royale after it. Oh, you're so stupid. In 2017, why'd you do that?
Hello, Snickers. Have you heard about this?
I tried to research the others because I certainly had not had any familiarity with them. Beverly Shade, someone with 15 archived matches on Cage Match. A lot of them are just this very tag match, which toured various venues in 1980 WWF.
Right.
And she would be 44 at the time of this match, tagging with 57-year-old Moolah. Kandi Malloy doesn't appear to have a Wikipedia, and similarly, much of her career consists of touring women's tags with a little bit of CWA in Memphis work. Peggy Lee was able to do a little bit more. She was a All Japan Women's regular in the early 80s. She did the occasional WCW job, a little bit of Smoky Mountain wrestling. I found it quite interesting to try and piece together what else these women had accomplished. Anyway, into the match now. Michael Cole says, Moolah, one of the absolute nicest women you could have ever met. I think we should name many battle royale. And then I think Foley says she's like the Rosa Parks of wrestling.
She's like the Rosa Parks of women wrestling. No, man, that wasn't the thing you should see in 2008.
And where would today's divas of 2008 be without Fabulous Moolah? That division that was notoriously on fire in 2008.
Yeah. I mean, imagine if someone was around to not sabotage Leilani Kai and Judy Martin. We'd be in terrible straits right now.
And then Foley starts singing a song for Peggy Lee. It's becoming quite actually difficult to listen to. I mean, he tells an interesting enough story that he worked with her on a show in Burkina Faso, of all places. Foley does pull out some interesting stories. Yeah. Whereas Michael Cole's just got the lump vowels, but
he says that the Great Parauti
hurts
his neck, and I never thought about the longevity of the Great Parauti, but it's the Great Parauti hurt my neck, and Peggy Lee gave me a massage.
And the match is the match. It's Beverly works Peggy's arm in the early stages, setting up, of course, for a finish of Moolah's back body drop.
Yeah.
It just seems like there's not much to it. They've not really attempted to thread a beginning, middle, and end together. So
yeah, it's very much just kind
of a shrug. Forward. And I've only seen a little bit of Moolah, but she's not really left an impression in her pre-Attitude Era.
Yeah.
Maybe she really did peak at 75 years old. And they set up a hot tag, I think Peggy Lee, but the old birds don't really sell any minutes there.
Yeah.
IC title now. Ken Patera, the second ever champ, defends against Tony Atlas.
In the aftermaths, they'll go what about you leaving the territory by getting pinned by Jim Brunzell? And it's just like, they were a bunch of bums. Only Bob Backlund for me now. There's other stuff or some of the fiction they create will be stuff like Ken Patera being like, you won't believe this, but I snuck into this building and I went into a room, I peeked in, and there was Bruno, and Backlund, and Scotland, and they were all planning, let's take out Ken Patera and the Grand Wizard. And I yelled out, "You'll never get me!" And I ran away. So, that sort of stuff is going on in that tournament. Very nice. Then Tony Atlas. Him and Ken Patera actually had a feud in Mid-Atlantic, which I've seen a bit of, which is really good. Where, they're both strong men. So Patera will do the thing of he drives a nail through a board, and it's like, "I'd like to see you do that, Atlas." And Tony Atlas does it, and he gets very mad and beats him up. Tony Atlas, another victim of the pessimistic magazines, is on the TV it's hunky dory, but in the magazines, how the WWF managers could ruin his career. Tony Atlas in danger. Fucking Grand Wizard talking to him, putting ideas in his head. But yes, then we come to Patera versus Tony Atlas here. Grand Wizard is dipped in gold. Did Grand Wizard make much of an impact on you, his interviews?
I can't really remember his interviews, so not really. The gay panic of undressing Ken Patera was pretty funny.
Yeah, I love the disgust that Vince has. Oh, how pathetic is this? He has to get his trousers off. The IC title. Looks very beautiful. It's now got a white strap on it. Looks very nice. Tony Atlas got great intensity, as I think you mentioned. Not taking his eyes off of Ken Patera for 1 second during the introductions. Michael Cole says, "I loved Ken Patera when I was a boy," and it's an interesting part of the whole dynamic where Michael and Mick are obviously fans. They watched this when they were kids. So this, I think this comes out most when the wrestling backs it up. Mick Foley even says here, "Oh, we've been having our fun, but this is actually good."
Yeah,
which is fun.
It was fun to look up many of these wrestlers on sort of Wikipedia and Cage Match and stuff. And I think it was particularly rewarding for Ken Patera because I got the story of him bricking a McDonald's, which was good. But also, do you know, without looking, which company he had his final match for?
Oh, was it the Herb Abrams WWF?
No, it was Violent J's Chocolate Championship.
Of course! Oh, fuck, yes, that's right. Yeah. God. I noted it down. I didn't mention it because I felt it would be too would make light of what was a really great match. But when I was watching that Texas Death match and I saw Bob Backlund roll Ken Patera up, I was like, "Oh, shades of their JCW encounter."
Yeah, I should watch that. It's got a 0.6 on Cage Match.
Yeah,
it was great.
Yeah, I did watch it after having seen that match, and it's Bob Backlund is in great condition. Ken Patera, obviously after his time in prison, he went back to McDonald's because he fat.
Nice. And Tony Atlas, he certainly had an interesting life. He liked Duffy. Although, according to Wikipedia, he insists his shoe fetish is non-sexual.
Yeah,
he claims there's nothing better than being kicked and punched in the face by a big booted girl.
I remember hearing that there was some non-sexual reason for it that was based on he got fucking his skull cracked or something like that, and so he associates something in that time period with a shoe being stepped on him. That's the time he feels most comfort, and so it's not sexual, guys. Okay,
but it does have to be a lady. Yeah, after his first release from WWF, he spent some time living on a park bench where he met his wife, and he had 2 matches in WWE ECW. That is, I mainly know him for the foot stuff, and also that Punk story where he's backstage in OVW after being called up, and Tony Atlas is You look like you got 2 broken arms. You know that one?
Yes, yes.
He didn't know that Punk was like already a main roster guy. He's like, you're never gonna get caught up looking like you got 2 broken arms.
You remember the gimmick name that he had when he came back to the Fed in 1990?
What? In 1990?
Yes.
No.
It was Saba Simba.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And he came out in a very probably racially insensitive like gear, and then Roddy Piper would go, "That's not Saba Simba, that's Tony Atlas." But at least we have this match here. They go to a break in the ropes. Patera tries a punch, and Tony goes fucking insane. He starts teeing off at him, and like Ken is begging off in the corner as like Tony's like shaking his knees. He gets him up for a fucking military press. Like, we'll see a military press later on. This one looks impressive. It's getting this big fucking bulk of humanity up in the air. You know, as much as they do previous to the match, like Mick Foley spends a bunch of his talk about like, oh, I remember that I associate this with my college because in this time I got kissed by a girl. It's like, shut up! I don't care about you, kissy. But thankfully the match does stick out anyway. Tony like does a big kick out, you know, like sending Ken flying into the ropes and gets all tied up in the ropes like he's a fly in a web. Just as I say, like Tony does very well to have that sort of style where like he just like gets angry when he gets beaten up on and he just goes Hulk mode. Then like you know, they do have an interesting discussion here about how like the reason for this big animated style is because, you know, like they didn't have that many cameras, so it necessitated it. You know, today have like a lot more cameras, more close-ups, so you can afford to be more subtle. And Foley likens it to cinema versus stage production, which I think is valid, as opposed to this shit sucked, but now it's good.
Yeah.
And then Ken goes up for a flying nothing, and he hits the flying nothing. Incredible. Also incredible is like, you know, Patera gets him back for the military press. He gets him over his head and propels him to like the other side of the ring. Just like crazy amount of power behind his arms. And then he goes for the swinging full Nelson, which Tony doesn't necessarily get out of. He just gets a rope break. And then like as Tony comes back, walloping him, they start chanting USA. Lumfowl, why you chant USA? Both men are American. Patera like gets put into a sleeper, but then he runs to the ropes so that Tony gets floated by the ropes. Then as the crowd is going crazy, they brawl to the outside, and then Michael Cole goes, "Oh, the ref giving them leeway. He doesn't want to see a count out." 2 seconds later, ding, ding, ding.
Yeah, fucking insanely deflating finish to a really good match.
Yeah.
But yeah, good strikes in this. Atlas' strikes are really good. I really like Patera selling that he's met his match in the strength department. This was a cool match.
I agree. Then Tony gets the mic and he goes, let's forget about wrestling for a minute. You get your button here and I'll whip it like something or other. And he gets fired up by that. And then Ken stands up, but he leave. He a coward.
Yes, he walks out escorted by cops, who he shares a joke with, and would later go on to punch.
Oh, better times.
Him and Masasaito would fuck those cops up. Johnny Rodz time now.
Johnny
Yay.
Rodz. Yay.
Against Ivan Putski.
Vince doesn't even call him the unpredictable. What the fuck is this guy doing?
Yeah, Putski looks like he's been chilled from granite. Very one of the most notable bodies of this period of WWF.
Yeah.
Only sporadically worked for WWF after 1985, even though he feels like a natural fit for the era, but I guess he just aged out maybe.
It's funny because like Bruno obviously goes on to fall out with WWF over the steroids and all that. He was working with Ivan Putski. Look at this guy.
Well, you see, Vince, it's okay if one or two have it, but when everyone has it, it's not good. And thank you, Strigger, for this bit of information. A noteworthy match that I found on his cage match is from a 1997 Raw, where he tagged with his son Scott Putski to face Jerry Lawler and Brian Christopher.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
I've seen his son before.
Was he in 98 WCW?
Yes, he moves on to WCW.
Yeah. And yeah, Rodz is the king of all-star job boys. I do wonder why, like, he seems like extremely reliable. Why not give him a wee elevation?
Yeah.
Getting those sometimes sleepy crowds to react to things.
Like I could see him very easily, just through a matter of longevity, like being able to like turn that around and be like a babyface against someone coming in.
Yeah. And also, much like DeNucci and Afa and Sharpe, his list of trained wrestlers is featured on his Wikipedia. Although his list is significantly ropier, as it has Bill DeMott, Matt Stryker, and that famous wrestler Vince Russo on it.
What?
Johnny Rodz trained Vince Russo.
Oh my god.
Rodz gets a big boo. Everyone knows who he is.
Oh yeah.
Putski's over huge. Rodz really fun seller. Putski powers out of a pin. Rodz goes flying like he's like, whoa, desperately holding onto the ropes.
Yeah. What did you think of like the discussion between Foley and Cole here, where Mick Foley's like, Cole, you were an actual broadcast journalist. You should be proud of that. And Cole is like, but nobody cares.
Okay, Michael.
Mick Foley though, he's not letting it go. He's like, oh, you reported on the Rwandan genocide. You should work some Rwandan genocide references into Raw and SmackDown.
Yes, I agree.
Not so that much. This actually did make me look up. There is at least one clip of him on the radio reporting on a George H.W. Bush stump speech. And he does it under his real name. Do you know what his real name is, Michael Coles?
No.
His name is Sean Coulthard.
Oh.
Putski gets a bear hug in. I was quite impressed by Putski's selling himself as well. He would get sent into the buckle, beat in a daze, and it's like within this daze that Putski just like punches the fuck out of Johnny Rodz, like he's doing so well, shaking off the cobwebs, which I was really impressed by. Rodz does a body slam, goes off the ropes for a splash, and then he misses. And then Polish power time. Ivan Putski going crazy with the clubbing blows, and then the Polish hammer. That wins it.
Yeah.
He murks him.
Yeah. Rodz does get a wee bit in, but once Putski gets rolling, some of those clubbing fucking shots, he's pretty unstoppable at that point. Good little squashy there. Thank you, John. Although fuck you for trading Matt Stryker. You should have seen him for the first time and be like, no.
Yeah. They tell us that funny story where Mick Foley goes, "Oh, I went to Johnny Rodz school, and he taught me a lot. And then when I went away, he told his students he will never make it in the wrestling business because he kicks with his left foot. Why did you not think this with Matt Stryker?" So now we move on to shitty match. Match that is shitty and bad. You laugh at it because it is shit. Rene Goulet versus the Hangman.
Time for opener now. Like match 7. I don't know why they jumbled it like this.
Yeah.
Like, I like to get a sense of the rhythm of the show as it was intended, but oh well. Yeah, I liked looking up Rene Goulet. He had an interesting life. He almost got his throat slashed playing ice hockey. Oh my god.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, there's a problem.
And what were you gonna say, sir?
No, I was just saying that that is a problem I've heard of in ice hockey. Like you have to wear the guards, so you don't get sliced up.
Yeah, the guy who played for the Nottingham Panthers died a couple of years ago. It was insane.
Yeah.
And he was with his wife for almost 70 years. He credited that for just, no one's the boss. We listen to each other. Oh, very nice. What are you doing in wrestling? You sound like a nice guy.
A very pleasant gentleman, but he's coming up here against the Hangman.
Yeah, the Hangman. We didn't see anything of him in the project, but he's also French Canadian. But he only lasted a year in the Fed. Cage match. I think cage match has took an L here. I think they fail epically because they said that he had his first match since 1994 in January of this year in England. It's like, no, I think that's a different guy. I'm almost, without looking into it or anything, I'm pretty sure he didn't just do a 32-year comeback in London.
Yeah, but we do see one thing of the Hangman is Freddie Blassie brings him out for a promo, and it is we talked about how odd Blassie's promos can be. This was probably the most confusing one because he comes out with the Hangman who's just standing there with his noose, and Freddie Blassie goes, "No one has ever manhandled Steve King like the Hangman did." And
yeah, they have. Everyone manhandles Steve King.
Untrue. and so Bruno's interviewing them, and Freddie says that there are many tournaments in Europe that the Hangman has won, and then Bruno goes, "Oh, his name was not the Hangman then. All right, so his name was not the Hangman." And then he's so big about where the Hangman is from. He says, "Oh, he's went all around Europe," and Bruno would be like, "Okay, what country?" And he goes, "Nah, it doesn't matter." So he's just from Europe, fucking Resident Evil 4 style, and we're just meant to doubt his ancestry, and all the while he's from Quebec,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's just kind of a dumpy looking dude with pretty unremarkable work. I'm not sure why they're putting any effort in. Well, they're not really putting that much effort in, but
yeah,
he's getting a win here instead of Johnny Rodz, so he should be teaming with Mark Paul.
I agree. That would be an epic tag team, and Mark Paul would give him the rub. So they introduced this match by going, "Don't go away, folks, because this match sucks, and you should not watch it, but we'll watch it anyway." And then it is kind of funny how Vince McMahon does introduce him as the popular Rene Goulet. They are just talking over this match about fuck all, going fucking "Oh, I went to a Bruce Springsteen concert," blah blah blah. Not a whole lot going on in this match. One thing I will say is that Rene gets put in a rest hold and gets out of it and stops the Hangman out a bit, and you hear the crowd rise up a bit. So it's not exactly a lost cause like it might look. The crowd could be into it, but they're just seemingly choosing not to work it that way.
He just hears. He's like, "Oh fuck you, they're rocking tonight.
I'm in the zone." And gets put in a chin lock by Hangman, just Rene Goulet. This causes a raise of the arm. Gets clapped up by the crowd. He strikes 3 times and then a body slam. Hangman comes back. Here he tries a military press, but he is not Tony Atlas. So it's that fucked up press where his arms are not extended, and he's kind of cupping Rene Goulet's cock and balls, and so he sends him into the top rope. Guillotines him, hangmans him, perhaps you could say, and gets the 3 counts. Hulk Hogan versus Andre the Giant.
But Connor,
Oh,
they had the first match in 1987 at WrestleMania 3.
You're right. Sorry, my mistake. Anyway, our next match is nothing. Nothing happened. I do get the sense that, like, there's almost like a bit of like teeth gritting going on. It's like, oh, right, you didn't know that the rest before WrestleMania 3, despite all of our best efforts to convey that, you know.
This is like the only other thing which gets a little bit of build. Is an Andre interview where he says that he doesn't like to eat too much, because he wants to enjoy his food. So for breakfast, he'll just have 16 eggs. Okay.
I'm a Frenchman. I like to eat. Frenchmen like to eat.
They have a decent match before this where Hulk almost slamming him, but he can't.
Yeah. Hogan has said like in chopping meat. I think it's a really good term for chopper matches. And he got a little tested by Tito Santana, tested a lot by Bob Backlund, but now it's time for the collision of the two giants.
The vain and arrogant Hogan. Do you know how old he was in 1980?
I'm going to say he would have been 26.
Yes, he was 26.
Awesome.
the most fucked up looking 26 there's ever been.
Absolutely.
If you saw a guy like this today and he said he was 26, you'd be like, what? What's wrong with you? What happened?
Yeah, it's not even like. Hold on, I've got like. I did actually take a screenshot here when I was watching versus Backlund, and check this out. This is 26 for you.
It's just ridiculous.
Like, you can't blame steroids on this because he looked this way when he was just like a bassist in like local bands.
Andre, do we reckon he'd be like maybe only Inoki would rival him as being like most recognizable wrestler anywhere in the world?
That's a fair shot. Yeah, I think especially too with his his sort of like schedule where someone like say Bruno, even more widely speaking, Inoki would be like known in their territory of say a city or a whole country. Andre like would tour the whole United States and all these countries, so they'd have a lot more coverage to get noticed for being big as fuck. And yeah, it's always nice to see him, and he's like a bit more mobile. Like I think at this point he is beginning a bit to like not move as much, but still has like just like an unparalleled wrestling brain. Able to make the most out of what he got, which is a lot. And so we start here with Hogan swaggering out onto the field. Do you like his cape?
I suppose, I think.
I always remember it because when he was in TNA.
He looks like Justin Sysom.
Oh fuck. Oh man, like in TNA in I think 2011, he had this little thing going with Matt Morgan, where Matt Morgan would go down to his beach shop and be like, "Oh, what's this, Hogan? This is the cape that you wore, Freddie Blassie. Well, it's mine now." Hogan's like, "Oh no, don't take the cape." It's very fun how they shoot this because it's focused on Hogan. Hogan gets in the ring, and we hear a big cheer go up in the crowd, but we don't see Andre. Instead, like Hogan's in the ring, he points out of frame, and then it pans over slightly, and Andre's just there. He no-clipped into the frame, which is great, especially for like a big guy like Andre. It shows immediately the contrast. And then, Michael Cole, he claims, well, this is the first matchup, and even if you wanted to disregard like Alabama or whatever, this is not even the first in their fucking WWF series. You liar.
Yeah.
And we have the famous.
Yeah, the first happened in 1987, and then they went in time machine and did this.
They went in time machine. They were like, "Oh, this will do good business if we do it 7 years ago."
And so they do that same 1987 stare down, like that incredible visual. Except I think in WrestleMania 3, I don't think Hogan's pud is poking through his trunks so much. Don't know if you noticed that yourself.
I can't say I did.
Well, you know something, dude. I tucked my pod in between my ass cheeks this time, so there'll be no pod action.
The first thing that happens is a big lockup that leads to Hogan getting pushed off into the corner. He makes a big show of whoa, I've been overpowered. Oh no. Very animated selling, with headlock cinched on by Hogan, which Andre just lifts right up. I don't know if I've ever seen it much before of Andre just really doing a shoulder block. I'm sure it's happened plenty of times people run into him. I don't remember seeing much him just going right into it and falling down off of it. And it's good how they work it, where Hogan doesn't necessarily get big dogged by Andre. He's shown to be something of an equal to him, and the crowd's into it. Then he goes and kneels to confer with Blassie, and that's a sign he's a heel. Boo, And once again, with gritted teeth, they acknowledge that even that interview you're talking about with Andre, he gets asked has anyone ever body slammed you? And he goes, no, which is not true. And he mentioned it here because Mick Foley's Harley Race slammed him before. If you went to his barbecue like I did, you will hear about it. But hey, perception is reality, Mick Foley says. Then there's surfboard, the arms locked. Hogan tries to turn it around, but Andre turns it right back round on him. I always sort of appreciate with Andre. It always feels very strategic, his matches. At first you might think he's so big, he could just squish head like grape and win. But there is this chess element of it feels like he's aware that a misstep and he could be in a bad position. So he goes into this gamemanship of doing the surfboard and working you down with holds, as opposed to just punching the fuck out of you, And I think it makes it pop more when Hogan gets out of it and Andre just fuck out of him. And then Hogan goes for the bear hug, which is his finishing move around this time. Wow, how about this? Andre counters with a double wrist lock, Daniel Puder style. And Hogan tries to lift him up, but he cannot. Andre body slams him himself, and oh no, the ref is fucking killed by this.
Yeah, and Hogan gets a visual toe count. He doesn't even get the visual 3.
Yeah. Hogan knees Andre behind and then slams him. He does it, and then Andre slams him back. Big splash, and then absolutely not a 3 counts. This is the product of political minds beyond our understanding. It's so interesting to think about is it in that Laps Fandra, and I was they were going over him versus Jerry Lawler, Hogan, where the whole story is that Jerry Lawler wanted something that could look like a visual pinfall if you edited the video. And so that was the big political contention. It's if I get this visual pinfall, even if you kick out at 2, well, we'll just edit the video slightly so that it looks like I got you down for a 10 count. And then I can claim that over this fake WWF champion. And so seeing this match here, where the slam and the pinfall feel like they happen in fucking 10 seconds of each other. It's almost as if they just did that so you could then report, oh, he body slammed Andre. And oh, not a real pinfall. As opposed to it being in an actual match.
Yeah.
But yes, Andre wins. Gets pinfall, I guess, and then Hogan actually bombas him to hell with a loaded elbow pad. And interesting thing. What do you think of this match generally?
It was certainly intriguing. It kept my attention. It just felt like they didn't know who they wanted to protect more, and that gave it a bit of an odd dynamic. I think. Like WrestleMania 3 works so well because everybody knows what the mission statement is and carries it off. Whereas that's not really the case here. It's a bit of a muddle.
I wonder how their Japan matches might compare. Never seen them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might be a bit different. The last note I have is like Foley openly wonders as Hogan walks off why Hogan left WWF so abruptly. And what I always heard was that he gets given the proposal to be in Rocky 3, and Vince Sr. says, better not do that, or I will cut you, and then also fire you. And so then he does, and so he gets fired. And it's funny to hear Foley wonder about that, while also going like, oh, Rocky 3, bro, that was so good. That was so cool that he did that. You know, that seemingly is the reason why he is fired from WWE. And now, it's time for main event. Because fuck that one match. Who is it? Rick McGraw versus fucking who is it?
Yeah.
Greg Gagne.
Greg Gagne.
Where was it? Where was it?
Yeah, I was like, when I saw that Bruno versus Larry was up next, I was like, they put Rick McGraw versus Greg Gagne on last? But no, they cut it all together. Who knows? I think it was like 12 minutes. I'm going to assume that maybe it wasn't very good. Yeah, but Foley and Michael Cole had used up all their Lumphao. They had no more to spare. And they're like, stop, I can't. Ha ha.
That's not even in Wrestling Play with Cider. You'll never know. Never fucking know. I'm glad you had that thought, because like I do always have that thought as well. Like I think we might have mentioned this when we were doing Total Bellas, how, you know, like season 1 of Total Divas, a big part of it is like, oh, the Bellas and Team Road Scholars be able to face tons of Funk and the Funkadactyls at WrestleMania, but it gets cut for time because Undertaker goes too long. And I remember watching WrestleMania 29 live and being like, oh, it's Rock versus John Cena. Maybe tons of Funk come after this.
This is like one guy still in the stadium waiting. Where Tyros?
Why are you taking down the set? Brodus Clay hasn't come out yet.
Stop it! You're gonna ruin Somebody Call My Mama.
So yes, Larry versus Bruno Sammartino. This is a rivalry that starts out with Larry being a beloved mid-carder, and he's the apple of Bruno's eye. I always remember, like in the rundown for the first episode, Vince goes, "Oh, and Larry Zbyszko will be in action," and Bruno goes like, "Oh, he's a great athlete. I'd take him over anyone." But then the first week, Larry gives him the cold shoulder on an interview. He's supposed to stick around for an interview, but he doesn't do it. You know, it's that classic thing of like, "Oh, I've tried calling him so much over this week. Only now on the television do I get to see him again." And Larry, he wins his match, and then he pours his heart out to Vince, as he feels stifled by being Bruno's boy, by being defined by Bruno's shadow. He says even his own family introduce him to others. Like, this is the boy Bruno trained. Can't survive it anymore like this. He's tortured. He has to be his own man, and he has to challenge Bruno. And so, you know, at this point, he has these festering resentments in him, and he's trying to get them out in a healthy way, you know, like try and keep stuff positive. And the fans cheer him for it. They love it. They applaud this. Bruno though is heartbroken. I cannot believe this. I never thought that he would feel like this, and I don't want to do it. And already there's like you know, you spoke of the logic in this filter, and I think it's
it really does rank up there as like a literary tragedy, where you see how this is hurtling towards an unavoidable conclusion of like Bruno, like he has this hurt in his heart, but there's always this like little unspoken thing of like, oh, but Larry, if I faced you, I would kick your ass and kill you, you know. And the fans, they urge him to. They send in letters. They wrote letters, and then like Larry, finally he defeats I think it's John Buford, maybe Jojo Andrews, where he finally says, "I hope you people like that, because if Bruno does not accept, then I retire from wrestling." And Bruno, okay, I do not want to end your career, but on the one condition, I will not try to win. I will not do a hold on Larry Zbyszko. I will just defend and counter. Then like that takes us up to untenable situation coming to a head. It's this match here in the 12th of January, where like they start off with very scientific wrestling. Very slowly it builds up at a nice pace, where Larry gets more and more frustrated because he'll get out wrestled, but Bruno won't follow up. So it's one thing to get outdone, but then he doesn't even follow up on it. He doesn't even give you a chance to escape from it. And you see him get like more and more frustrated about it until he gets like put in a bear hug and he gets let go and he starts fucking. He's basically like the Larry Zbyszko we all know already, like yelling at Bruno, like throwing his hands up, yelling at the ref, and it's like you get this feeling in your stomach of like, oh no, this is something is horribly wrong here, you know. But like it's already too late. Like fucking Bruno gets put in a hammerlock and he runs Zbyszko out the ring, and then like Bruno is like, oh no, you are outside the ring, let me help you. Hold the ropes open. And Larry, like, fuck you! And murders him, starts beating the fuck out of him. And even before the chair comes out, the crowd are fucking scandalized by it. It's like an incredible, like they're just actually betrayed by this. And like there's a great piece in this in the May edition of Inside Wrestling. That's written from like the perspective of it having just happened, where Larry goes, he had no right to open those ropes. Larry says, his voice combining anger and hurt. He wouldn't do that for any other opponent. It was like he wanted the world to see he didn't take the bout seriously. Darn it, he owed me that much. He should have taken it seriously. Instead, he treated me like some helpless amateur. And the fans do not agree with this. They can't believe that he would do this. Larry kicks his fucking ass. He fucks the ref up too. And then he takes this wooden chair. So this is like just a proper wooden chair, like heavy as shit. And he like whacks Bruno with it. And then whacks him again. And I love the way that Bruno like stumbles up with his arms wide open, betrayed. And he just gets plastered again. And like there's such a great blood on this. Like Larry throws the fucking chair down and leaves to thunderous boos. And Bruno's just like, he's Peter Griffin out on the ground in a pool of his own blood. Like it's gotta be one of the best angles ever. It's perfectly done. IMO.
Yeah, it's quite an amazing piece of work that they did here. You see like the old ladies gasping and crying, hands over their mouths. Yeah, very very effective stuff.
Yeah, to give you an idea of like how slow news would travel, quite tragically, here from the February edition of The Wrestler, in the Q&As. Q. I can't figure out why Bruno Sammartino and Larry Zbyszko never joined forces as a tag team. I really think they would make a good tag team and probably win a major title in the immediate future. From someone in Vernon Shannabrook, Hanover, Pennsylvania. Vernon, Larry and I have always had a special sort of relationship, Sammartino said. Many consider him my protege, and we have wrestled as a team before.
doggone it, you can bet we'll do it again before we hang up the laced boots. No. No. What happened?
Wow.
What did you think of there's the interview that Bruno does like the day after in the empty arena?
Was that the one after he's come out of the hospital?
Yes, in his offense.
Yeah. He just couldn't believe it, Vince.
yeah. I thought I was having 3 now. it is quite something to see how like Bruno invokes his real life struggles. Like hiding from the Nazis in the mountains as a boy, being impoverished, and he uses all that to be like, this is way worse. And he goes, I tried to understand Larry's frustrations, but I couldn't. And it's a very interesting, like, he often, whenever he like goes to this, he always says like he's like a brother to me. But it's very paternal in nature, the psychology of this, where Bruno brings up like, oh, I sunk so much into training Larry. I would train him at the expense of seeing my own family for months and months, and like this ends up being used as like, how could you do this to me when I did all this for you? Like
I think during the match at Shea, Mick Foley does one of his few bits of informative commentary where he said something I don't think was actually brought up. It might have been, and I missed it, but like that Larry would be looking over Bruno's fence as a boy, and Bruno was like, "Hey, when you finish school, I'll teach you how to do this."
Yeah, God. And then when he finally starts getting actually mad, like for 3 weeks I didn't see my family, and then Vince goes like, "Okay, that's enough time. Go to jail, please." And then we get to Larry being in these matches against people like John Buford again and Mike Masters, and oh boy, Larry just returns to the scene of the crime and just like is a different man now. Like he seeks no understanding or sympathy, and he just like he's already done the worst thing and he just doubles down on it, no turning back. And he will get like a promo time with Vince, and a lot of the promos we see are just like just like in front of nobody. And I wish more of them were in front of people, because like the way Larry plays off the crowd, but like, oh, when I hit him with that chair, that was the happiest moment of my life, everybody. It just gets fucking burst. Shit. He builds on like the resentments of like, like getting holes let go of, and he goes like, oh, he could never beat me when we trained together. And then like for the first few weeks, like Bruno will be asked by Vince to comment during his matches, and he'll just go, you know what, Vince, this makes me sick, I will leave. And eventually Bruno says, I've given a lot of thought. It doesn't feel brokenhearted anymore. He just feels bitter. Very bitter. Like Larry will leave the ring and Bruno will go, there's the punk I trained for years after all I've done for him. During one of these matches, like there's a heckler says, give him the chair! And I'm really not sure if he means like a wooden chair or the electric chair. But that's the beauty of the heat. And then like I love to how as I said, Larry isn't like being like much of a cheating asshole here. He's just being an asshole, like he's like mouthing off to the ref and just being a prick. So people like don't give him like one bit. They're just booing the shit out of him. So he does a suplex, wins, then grabs the mic. You people boo a great wrestler, and that's what you get. And then we can go here to this here. So they have like this little thing in the magazines where they have a telephone call between two wrestlers, allegedly. And someone we don't see here much, Tony Gurria, he decides, allegedly, to phone up Larry Zbyszko on the phone.
So E, if you would like to play the role of Tony Gurria, I'll be Larry. Bring, bring.
Okay, I don't know how Tony Gurria sounds, so I'm gonna take some artistic license with this. Larry, I've been calling and calling.
I got an unlisted number. Too many crank calls.
How are things?
I won't lie. Kinda tough. Isn't easy being alone.
Can I ask why?
Will you try and understand?
I'll listen, even if I don't agree. At least I'll hear you out.
Well, you know how San Martino hogs attention. Always he's the number one, the living legend, the greatest. Always how he taught us. Never allowing anyone to think we might have taught him.
Go on.
I couldn't stand it anymore. I've got my own life to lead, and won't take interference anymore. I had no choice, Tony. I tried talking to Bruno, and all he'd say was, Larry, I'll take care of you. I don't want anyone taking care of me. I have my own career, and I want my own glory. Look, if I fall flat on my face, at least I'm doing it by myself. On my own merits as Larry Sabisco, not Bruno's protege.
Could not you do this without attacking San Martino?
No.
Please explain.
It was something deep inside me. San Martino grew to represent something, I had to get him out of the way. Maybe I always wondered if I was really as good as San Martino. I had to prove it to myself. Me, I was the most important judge and jury.
Did you?
Yes.
Wouldn't it have proved more if you had beaten him?
Don't give me that.
No, now listen, Larry. I'm continued on page 64. Saying this as a friend. I think I understand your pain, I really do.
You know how it is.
Yes, I truly do. I'm not just saying that. I understand the frustrations and know how they can build up. All I'm saying is your way might have been wrong.
What should I have done?
Don't be sarcastic.
I'm not. I respect your opinion. Tell me what other path I could have taken.
You could have wrestled, scientifically. Here is picture of headlock.
Oh, and being billed as Bruno's protege. Asked when I was going to team with Bruno. How's Bruno? Is he coming to this area? You know what that would have happened.
Maybe you are right.
I know I'm right, damn it. I had to attack San Martino. I have to get rid of him. He'll never accept me as an equal. I know that. I will not live in his shadow. I won't. I have too much to give to wrestling, too much to give to myself to accept that condition.
People hate you, Larry.
If I hadn't done this, my friend, I would have hated myself. And that's the worst hate of all.
Can you go on like this?
I must.
Remember, if you need a sympathetic ear, give me a buzz.
I appreciate that, Tony.
Good luck!
I'll surely need it.
And they have an exclusive audio recording that we've gained access to here.
Yeah, the statute of
That's how it
limitations
went
on
down.
our wiretapping is run out. We can see now. So yeah, like it's great how they I don't think like complexity, I suppose, is associated with wrestling of this time period. But you see here how you know, obviously Larry isn't being like the heel, but like there's these layers to it that I think really make it stand the test of time. And you know, it's time for Bruno to go beast mode on him. He you know, like I love his angry promos. Like Larry's going like, oh, he never beat me when we sparred, and Bruno's going like, you know what, Larry, I was in full strength. You're not gonna believe it that this was the same guy you trained with. My God, what did I do? I grabbed the tiger by his tail.
the matches usually have a formula of like them doing grappling, which like works out well because they have established this whole thing of the grappling mattering. Because well, feud is about like, oh, he won't let me escape the hold. Oh well, here you go, Larry. You're in the bear hug. What you gonna do? Yeah, then that leads to them whooping each other before like like stuff like them fighting on the outside or Larry just beating up on him serves as a catalyst for a non-finish. What were you thinking of these matches generally? Watching them all basically in a row.
Yeah, I mean the intensity was always great. The crowd's always rabid, so they're always a good time. I don't know whether it's like the fourth or fifth match that we watched theirs together, where Bruno is just cutting Larry off with kicks to the balls. Like he's just thrown the rules out of the window.
Yeah.
And it makes me think, yeah, maybe this Bruno is not the this great virtuous guy.
Yeah.
And it got me thinking about that initial match. It's like, he's kind of pissing about. He wasn't, he asked him for a match. It was really important to him that they had a match which could have been a friendly exhibition of skills, but still fought, with everything behind it. He was pissing about. He wouldn't let that happen. And maybe Larry justified for this. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like odd how it doesn't enter Bruno's mind ever in character that like this could just happen as a scientific wrestling contest. Like even just that alone, he thinks would be too dangerous, and he would not wish to do that with someone he sees as a friend, as if like this is one of the sport for like the like fucking brutal beatings, which like I think does like work for like there is this bloodlust in these matches from the crowds, and it's almost like there was this terrible thing that happened that like caused this, but it's like that's almost like what the crowd wanted, because they want this a lot more than they want Bruno wrestling scientifically. They're sadistic. They want Bruno to just like punch fuck out of him.
Yeah.
I think my favorite one of them, I mentioned the twisty listy, is the second one in the spectrum, because that one is where the chair comes into play, and like Larry tries for it again, tries to get the chair, but then Bruno grabs it off of him and fucking beats the shit out of him with the chair, and I guess the referee is like, oh, Larry brought it in first, and now Larry is dead, so Bruno, you are the winner. And Bruno responds by spitting on Larry's corpse, which is really good. And then there's also the count out loss as well, where Larry just fucking leaves, and I love how the ref is like, he's not doing it fast, all Japan style. He's doing it long enough that Bruno is like leading with like, no, you can't do this, not like this, no. Instead, Bruno. It's like, in every match, he's not satisfied. He's not sufficiently beat up Larry enough, and then that leads us to the Capsule Center interviews, where they've booked a lumberjack match. This leads to, well, actually, like there's a funny thing where Bruno always calls Larry a Judas. This Judas betrayed me, and then Larry has a funny promo. He goes, if you call me Judas, then that you don't think who you think you are. If you call me Judas, because like, somehow Jesus Christ is forbidden on the TV waves, and then like we come to the thing that inspired all of this is the Capsule Center contract signing, where they're at this small ass table, Phil Zacco at the head of it, and as Vince narrates that like they're gonna sign the contract for this match, Bruno is like a statue, just staring a hole through Larry's Zbyszko. Meanwhile, Larry is not making eye contact. He's fidgeting. He's nervous. He's like awoken a beast inside Bruno, and now he kind of regrets it. So Zacco gets the match signed, And I've always thought it curious how, because like I've seen this happen in WrestleMania 1 as well. Like the WWF setup is they'll have these two guys who really hate each other, right? So they'll bring in this one guy for an interview. He blah blah blahs. Then he goes away. All right, time for the other guy, and he was just there the whole time.
Yeah. Why not you punch you then?
Yeah.
But yeah, I think my favorite of Larry's promos was the Larry's Army.
Yeah, absolutely.
Where this is the one where it feels most like, he's just he's a human experiencing all these emotions, and he feels that he's justified, even if that's not the way the masses want to see it. But I do genuinely believe that like my sort of like starting to see it Larry's way was probably a symptom of watching all of these matches where you would not be expected to watch them all in 1980.
Oh yeah.
They're all for different crowds, different networks, different venues. But I do firmly believe that if you did just put them all out in order in the modern day, I think people would start to side with Larry, join Larry's army.
Yeah, like we see here, the Larry's army being picked in the wrestler. Is Larry Zbyszko assembling an army to destroy Bruno Sammartino? Speculation suggests Zbyszko has asked Hulk Hogan and Ken Patera to join his evil force. Since Zbyszko prides himself on his solitary skills, his attempt to form an army to help him puzzles many observers. And here he is with Hulk Hogan. This would never happen if he did not turn to the dark side. Look at that. New friend. And yeah, like it's great. He like goes he cuts like the best ever, like, this is all because of you people, all because of you. And he goes like, oh, you can join Larry's army by standing up and applauding when I enter the ring. And as Vince, like, there's a whole like, oh, you've withdrawn your goodwill. Larry just goes, there's one, there's another one. And then eventually he goes, you know what? Majority rule doesn't work because the majority are goofy anyway. And I think my personal favorite was get pretty promo heavy at the back end of our playlist, and there's a bunch of like back and forth between Bruno and Larry, especially after the cage match gets booked, and Bruno he shares a story of how training with Dominic, and Dominic tells Bruno, oh, you're going too hard, you're training like the match is tomorrow. But he says, oh, I'm doing it to make the time go quicker, because all I think about is Larry. And then Larry comes in and he goes, Bruno says him and Dominic were talking. Nobody cares what you and Dominic have to say, Bruno. Which I thought was very funny. And then would be the last thing. I have here a letter sent into the wrestler. Letter to Larry. An open letter to Larry Zbyszko. I'm your number one fan in the world. When you first said you wanted to go in the ring with Bruno, I didn't understand, but I knew you had to be right. You said you didn't hate the man, but you wanted to make a name for yourself. But Larry, what kind of name do you think you have now? I cried, and I'm still crying now. You asked him to go in there to prove who was the better man, to yourself and us. But we never compared you to Bruno, or said, here's the one Bruno trained. I thought of you as Larry, a wrestler and a man I love. I hope and pray you got your answer. I never saw you do anything like that to a rule breaker, but you could do it to Bruno? I'll never be able to stop loving you, and Bruno won't either. Every time you step into the ring, my heart pounds. Tonight when you stepped out, and they carried Bruno out, leaving behind a pool of blood and tears, I cried, and my heart broke. From Barbara Rick of Prospect, Connecticut.
Wow.
And there should be some more letters here. Right, if you would read Nancy Hunt's contribution.
Okay. Dear Larry, for years I've had your pictures all over my room. I had pictures of you on my walls, on my desk, even a snapshot in my wallet. Well, I've taken them all down and ripped them to shreds. I'm too ashamed to keep your picture on my wall. Like all fans, I still can't understand how you could do this, but I don't want to hear any of your stupid excuses about living in Bruno's shadow. Nothing is will betray your best friend.
And then John Carras from Hartford, Connecticut writes, Dear Larry, I can't watch wrestling anymore, and it's all because of you. My world crumbled when you hit Bruno on the head with a chair. I could see that coming from a lot of wrestlers, but not you, Larry. You once stood for something. No more. You once meant something to fans. No more. You once had everyone's trust and everyone's respect. No more. I hope you win the title, Larry. That's all you have left.
Brian Riley says, Dear Larry, only one thing would satisfy me, and that's if Bruno Sammartino takes a chair and splits open your head. But you know he wouldn't. He would. Bruno has too much class and decency. Something you wouldn't understand. Bruno would want revenge in a nice, honorable manner. I can't wait for the match where Bruno breaks one of your legs or something. Honorably. That will show you. Kevin Collins from Albany says, Dear Larry, I would have done the same thing you did. Bruno is jealous and never would have let you get a fair share of the glory. It's Bruno's fault things went to this. You did what you had to do and not one moment too soon.
Wow, so there you go. So, some opposition from this magazine that pretends wrestling is real, so I can't believe anything it said. But anyway, it's there. And so here in Showdown at Shea 2008, they show a clip of the actual angle. So glad that we had all this other stuff to get a bit more of a picture of the feud itself. The cage match. And
what if they had a builder's cage?
Oh man, if the builder's cage is just meant to be a second guardrail, that means that it would be like the largest cage ever, just like. Oh man.
So Larry is in the cage. Bruno jogs out, and he charges as Bruno enters, but Bruno gives him a mule kick, maybe to the balls, as he did many times during their matches. Bruno is just beating fucking ass. I remember seeing bits of his cage match against Stan Hansen, and it's very similar to that, where he just throws him right into the fence, and the cage itself just really bends in response to this friction, this concussive impact, and they show a banner in the crowd. We want blood. They say that this cage match can only be won by exiting through the door. But this ending gets contradicted because they do climb the cage. But in any case, Bruno is putting Larry's face the hell off, and then Larry finally gets back by getting him in the balls. Stomps on him, does Larry, and then he watches for the door to open. Bruno yanks his tights, gets him back in, and then Larry takes a good bump, getting pulled down off the top of the cage. Larry's punching Bruno, but Bruno turns back with a knee to the butt, and Larry goes, "Ow, my butt!" Larry tries climbing again, and he gets a deadly drive off of the cage. Looks like he almost breaks his neck there. So they bring up the Hansen feud that Bruno had, and Foley says, "Oh, Stan Hansen, I worked for him in Japan, and he inspired me to start my family. So I went home and forked my wife." And Michael Cole just goes and?
I spoke to Stan Hansen, and then I immediately went home and I was like,
So, Michael Cole doesn't give a fuck about that. And Larry getting back into it, kicking him around. I love how Bruno sells kicks while he's on his knees. is like he tips over like a Matryoshka doll or something. You have a good close up of Bruno in pain. Now the big thing is that turnbuckle came off in during an earlier spot. Now Bruno's shoulder gets driven into the exposed steel, and now Bruno's arm is bleeding. Fucking crazy. Don't see this much. Like it causes this very nice sort of like thing in the match where Larry has got him more or less dead to rights, but like he'll go for the door and Bruno with one arm will pull him back in. Like he doesn't even follow up. He's just like in pain. He's not letting it go. No, he needs Larry to fucking kill him or something.
He couldn't have bladed the arm, could he?
I wonder. It's like that's my memory of
like
how
that feels like a thing like an IWA Deep South guy would do.
Yeah.
not Bruno.
The only other time, the only non-John Rare time I can think of an arm being bladed is like Terry Funk in that one Real World Tag League finals, but that was because like the Sheik would like actually stab him,
Yeah.
So yeah, it'd be crazy if he did blade it.
Yeah, there's guys who's done like the ear and maybe like the back of their heads, but maybe.
Larry beats him up some more, gets pulled back in, and eventually Bruno managed to run him into the buckle, and then the exposed buckle, and then the pole, and then the part in between the pole and the buckle. And like this whole time, it's selling the arm very well. It's just got like tucked in like a Tyrannosaurus. And then like, he just like beats the shit out of Larry some more. Larry's going crazy on the ropes. And man, it's crazy. He motions for the door to open. And Larry's like getting up. And he turns around and just goes like, fuck you to Larry, and then leaves. When?
Yeah.
What do you think of that?
Where's Jesse Ventura when you need him?
God damn, yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, leaving the cage is always quite a strange finish, particularly a face doing it. But okay. And the match was a good one. It felt like obviously it's high standards with the intensity and of the crowd, and maybe you lose a little bit of that with lots of grass between the ring and the fans, the open air baseball stadium. But yeah, it's an enjoyable match. I enjoy the post match as well, where
I was
Larry,
gonna ask about
who's now cut on the head, he gets in Bruno's face, then Bruno gives him a few more smacks, which he's all too happy to do. But then Larry briefly raises Bruno's arm and paces away.
Yeah.
It's sort of like, all right, we've had like 8 matches now, and okay, you're better, mate. But I'm still mad about it.
Yeah, like very, very interesting way to do it, where like it's realistic, like there's not some big like makeup, shake hands, like Larry goes up to him, Bruno still wants nothing to do with him, and he just kind of like bristles his arm away to give him like due respect for having beaten him. And I mean like I think it goes to show you a bit like how I guess like perception is reality, as Mick Foley said, because like I don't think Larry ever gets like a win over Bruno. If he does, it's not clean at all. But like people don't remember that. They remember that he kept on being called the Living Legends. So you get to 1997 WCW, Larry, he's the living legend. Yes, we will chant for him.
Yeah.
This kind of happens. Yeah, I thought it was a good little blow off to the feud, and
was it even a blow off? Because don't they have like, isn't the lumberjack match after this?
That is in.
I think it keeps on going a bit.
Oh, actually, you're right. Yeah, like that's after this in August, and then he does another lumberjack match in August in Allentown. Then in November, 2 matches, and then after this, he has 16 matches against Bruno Sammartino Jr.
Wow. Did he fucking beat him at least?
Let's see. Bruno Jr. defeats Larry.
Oh, come on.
Defeats Larry by DQ, double DQ.
Was that David?
Yes, that's David Sammartino.
Yeah, like, you can't fucking beat David.
He never beats David. Fuck.
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
Well, that's silly. I'm joining Larry's army. Advocating for justice for Larry Zbyszko.
Like, there's this one video I saw recently from, I think like 1985 maybe. Like at this point, like Larry's in AWA, Ric Flair's AWA champion, and they're both on a talk show where a lady's like, "What if you whistled Bruno?" And Larry just pipes up, "I retired Bruno. He's out here because of me." And it's just the crowd was fucking nuts still all those years on. It's wonderful. So yeah, I'm glad that like we got to have this look at one of the great feuds of our time, and like get to know the feds from the surrounding environment. What about yourself? Finally done this journey. What's your takeaway? You like Fed?
Yeah, it's pretty. I don't know if I'd deep dive into it again unprompted from this time period, but yeah, I enjoy satiating curiosity, learning things. Good time. There's certainly people like Ken Patera that I'd keep more of an eye on.
But that's what we think.
That's what we think.
Oh man, a plummeter. We gotta like backdate you to like Windows Vista here for this shit.
Yeah, Grappometer. Let's feed you this show from Flushing. Poo like the poo.
Who like the pool? Holy shit.
That's good example of rhyming there, Grapplometer. See, it doesn't just come out with numbers. Sometimes it's like poo like poo.
Yeah, it's learning.
Yes.
Didn't it replace us?
You see? Techno-skeptics. Never mind the environmental damage that this is causing, just so we can assign a number to a wrestling show.
Guys, I'm
Proof
scared.
is in the pudding.
I asked my grapplometer, can you rate this show? And it said 2. It's learning. It's becoming conscious.
Very good. We love the grapplometer.
Yes, and that puts it closes the book on episode 27, Showdown at Shea. And now, hey,
indeed.
What's next? Who next?
Connor, do you like the pro wrestle?
No.
Do you like the strong style?
No.
Do you like the fighting spirit?
No.
Do you like the in Japan?
No.
Oh, that's good. Okay, bye. the next episode will be on Shin Nihon, New Japan, Pro Wrestling, G1 Climax 25, all of it.
Oh. Hold on. G125. That is. Oh, fuck. What year is that? G1 Climax 25? 2015! Oh, shit!
Yep. But
wow.
I did not get that wrong.
Wow. The sequel to our Wrestle Kingdom show.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Boy, I tell you, when I was first getting into Shin Nihon in earnest, you know, I'd watched a bit of it beforehand. First thing I did was download a torrent of the whole G125. Oh boy.
Yeah. We're gonna watch like 10 Luke Gallows matches.
Oh. Wonderful. Holy crap. Good pick.
Thanks. I look forward to it.
That's us, people. You know where to find our shit. And also, I want to give a thank you out to Wrestling Playlists, which I recently subscribed to for $7, so that I could get a bunch of the matches that we watched here. Very good service, and I hope to peruse it much more as we go in our episodes. But yes, for us, fuck that other shit. What's our shit? We do a bunch of shit most Thursdays of the month. We Twitch stream, we YouTube stream. Currently now, playing The Sims 2, Big Brother Household. Did you like it when we did the torture chamber of The Sims 1? Did you? You didn't know that we did that? Well, we did. It's very perverse. and now it's back. Paige here has a car, and everyone else is in squalor.
Yeah.
Look forward to more of that. Hopefully soon someone commits enough sins be put in the room with the stinky.
Yep, the married couple, Jim Fallon and Ian Rotten, have had sex once, and then they stopped. And now I think they fantasize about other men.
A sad story. Many such cases.
Do consider joining the Discord and joining our streams or whatever. Posting whatever crap you want. Really, there's very limited guidelines. Just be nice, you know.
Don't be a dick.
Don't be a dick, mate.
No, we've got every last Friday of the month. We've got the watch-alongs. We used to be only IW Mid-South. We were thinking like, oh, there's so many IW Mid-South shows, we'll never run out of them. Eventually, we're like, let's watch something else.
Yeah, I was like, actually, we might be starting to run out of the ones who are actually good.
Yeah, and we had CCW last time. We'll have CCW this time. And more of that to come, and a nice little community where you can talk all about the grappling.
Yeah, you're free to be fixated on XPW wrestlers and iShow Speed. You know, whatever you like.
Oh man, back you wailing. Yes, that is all us. Join us next time for the G1 Climax, the Grade 1 Climax. 25 O's. Oh wait, hold on. Let me do a big proper fuck up here with my virtual DJ table.
I'm a man who don't complain about the weather or the rain. I find it makes no difference anyway. Now I have but one regret that I haven't mentioned yet. It's all about the bread we get today. I can get myself a nice lobster or a nice broad apron crab. When I'm a little bit hungry, a nice little herring I've had. I can get myself a nice mushroom to go along with eggs in bed. I can get myself a nice mother, but I can't get a nice loaf of bread. No more you can't.